second, and Paul Nart over at third. Ricky Weeks leads things off for the Brewers, who commit to this ballgame with a 4-8 record. They won 90 games a year ago, and they too have struggled this year to find some consistency with their pitching staff, but more so with their offense. They're hitting .224 as a team so far this season.
They have a lot of backleggers on this team. You know, they hit homers. They know they hit home runs, and they try to hit them. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they're off to a little bit of a slow start.
And they've struggled against left-handed pitching so far in the early going. Weeks is 0 for 8 against lefties this year. And he lays off an off-speed pitch. They do appeal, but the first base umpire, Ed Rapuano, says that Weeks held up. Here's manager Ken Maka in his first year with the Milwaukee Brewers. He was extremely successful with the A's. He won 372 games with Oakland. That one's below the knee, so it's 2-1.
He's never had a losing season, huh?
He has never had a losing season as a manager in the minor leagues or in the major leagues.
Amazing.
He won 2 American League West titles with the Oakland A's. But he just had a falling out with their general manager, Billy Beane, and that's why he was out of work for a couple of years before the Brewers brought him over to manage Milwaukee this year. Two and two the count to Weeks. On the inside corner, called strike 3. Beautiful placement by Moyer, and there's one away.
Remember, this team took a lot of pitches against Jamie Moyer in that playoff game last year and wound up beating him by being patient. That's a strike, and you know, that wasn't even that far towards the inside corner. Joe West, the home plate umpire, you know, Joe has his problems sometimes with some things, but he is a really good ball and strike guy.
Well, last year for Jamie Moyer against Milwaukee in the regular season, he was 1-1 with a 2.92 ERA. And Corey Hart, the batter. Hart this year hitting .279 with 3 home runs and 6 RBIs. Hits that one the opposite way, which he says he's doing more of this year. And it's 1-1. During the 2009 season, Turkey Hill will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs. See those locks that Corey Hart has. He's normally a blonde-haired ball player, but the other day in New York he decided to dye his hair jet black because he didn't like the way he was swinging the bat. In fact, he and J.J. Hardy both decided to dye their hair jet black. 2-2 the count to Corey Hart. On the inside corner again. Called strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Jamie Moyer.
I think those pitches are strikes, even though they're turning around looking at Joe. You know, maybe he thought that was high. It looked like it was a changeup. I'm going to take a look at it from the center field camera. That's a strike.
That's a pretty good pitch, yeah.
Yeah. You know, I mean, he's got a big, tall strike zone, too.
So 2 away, and Moyer's control has been pinpoint so far against the first 2 batters. Jamie now has walked 9 and 11 2/3 innings, or excuse me, struck out 9 11 2/3. He's walked 4.
Well, they're having the same approach that was so effective for them in the playoff game last year, except whoever the home plate guy was that night, I don't remember, but it was, you know, it just didn't give Jamie a little bit extra like he needs sometimes, and they crushed him finally.
Chris Coast wanted it inside and high, and it went in tight. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Chris again doing the catching tonight. Lou Marson has played in a couple of games since being called up from AAA.
Well, Jamie Moyer can be tough to catch, so they want to go with Coast here. He has a really intricate way of calling the game.
That one's hit in the air to right field. It's pretty deep. Worth going back to the warning track, to the wall. Gone. Second home run of the year for Ryan Braun, and the Brewers are on the board 1-0 here in the first. Well, Moyer's control had been so good against the first 2 batters, and you know, Ken Maka watched the first 2 go down on strikes, and then all of a sudden Ryan Braun just dropped the bat head out and put it into the seats.
Good piece of hitting, you know, and it pitches away, out over the plate a little bit and down, and he doesn't try to pull it, and he hits it out. He's really strong, that kid. That's a way to get going as a hitter, is to drive the ball the other way, and that's what he just did.
Well, the Brewers as a squad now with 15 home runs. They're in the middle of the pack in the National League. Prince Fielder the batter, and Fielder has the count even. 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the middle 3 hitters in this Milwaukee lineup, Braun, Fielder, and J.J. Hardy, came in with just 4 home runs in this ball game. Now they have 5, but neither one is really hitting the ball all that well. And Prince Fielder just got hit by that pitch.
I think that, you know, they want to say that maybe he swung at that, didn't try to get out of the way. Usually, rarely do you get one where he doesn't try to get out of the way, but you know, I don't think he swung at it either. Looked like Jamie's just trying to come inside and hit him.
But Chris Coast almost looked like he was trying to play that as if it was a rolling bunt.
See, that's close. That's close where you could say he swung at it, and if he did and it hit him, stay there. Too bad. Well, that definitely hit him.
That's got to hurt a little bit, too.
Well, last on a guy like that, huh?
That's true. There's J.J. Hardy, who takes one for a strike. Hardy hitting just a .114 so far, 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. 0 for his last 12, and he's coming off a very good spring in which he hit over 400, but it just hasn't translated into the start of the season for the Brewers. Little low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Hardy a year ago had 24 home runs, and he hit .283.
Well, that's what these guys do, is they mash it when they're hot.
Coast keeping that ball in front of him. The count 2 balls and 1 strike. Carlos Ruiz was saying yesterday that he feels pretty good, that if he feels as good this weekend, he's going to go out on a rehab assignment at Reading Saturday or Sunday. 2-1, chopped on the ground toward shortstop. To his left, Rollins goes the short way to get Fielder, and the inning is over. But the Brewers, and this has been a case a lot this year for the opposition, they draw first on a solo home run by Ryan Braun. 1-0 Milwaukee as we go to the bottom of the first. Dugouts getting ready to watch the Phillies hit against left-hander Matty Parr. Here's the starting lineup for Charlie Manuel's squad. Jimmy Rollins leads it off at shortstop. Shane Victorino, the center fielder, bats second. Chase Utley's off to a good start, batting third and playing second base. Ryan Howard, the first baseman, hits cleanup. Jason Worth, with the left-hander on the mound, bats fifth. Raul Ibanez, the hero on Sunday, bats sixth. Hitting seventh and playing third base, Pedro Feliz. And Chris Coast and Jamie Moyer round out the starting 9 for Charlie Manuel's squad in tonight's ball game. There's left-hander Matty Parra, just finished up his warm-up tosses. It's not been a great start to the year for Parra.
26-year-older. And then you see one of the problems are the walks and strikeouts. He's evidently been all over the place in his first couple starts. That's his fastball, a four-seamer. He'll throw 2 times of changeups, a straight change and a split along with a curveball. Right-handed hitters hit 288 off him last year. And of course, that's not real good for the pitcher.
Well, the Brewers as a staff are not doing well with the free passes. Jimmy Rollins wastes no time, rolls one up the middle. Hardy with a nice play. And there's one away.
He cut that ball right in on his fist. It looked like Jimmy was going up there and had a plan to get a fastball and hit it hard. and he jammed himself or got jammed.
Well, as a staff, the Brewers have walked 56 batters in the first dozen or so games, and that's 15th in the National League. That's a whole lot of base runners for the staff.
Well, that's one of the biggest problems when you walk a lot of guys. The Phillies have not done that. Their problem is they're having trouble keeping the ball in the ballpark.
Yeah, they've allowed 27 home runs, counting the one that Braun hit at the top of the first. Here's Shane Victorino, 222 hitter, home run and 4 RBIs in the early going. Had a nice year last year against the Brewers. He hit .500 against Milwaukee during the regular season. And he works the count in his favor, 2-0.
Well, Parr can really get wild. You say Jimmy went out on the first pitch. Well, he thought he was going to get a strike to hit, and it probably looked like a strike when it left his hand and it moved in on him.
Wheels mentioned Parra is 26 years old, out of Roseville, California. Last year with the Brewers, he had a nice year. He was 10-8 with a 4.39 ERA in his first full year in the big leagues. And he walked Shane Victorino with 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning.
He threw 2 pitches to the screen while he was warming up tonight.
Well, the Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Jim Gulla from Williamstown, New Jersey. If the Phillies hit a home run in this ball game, then Jim will win $100. Compliments of McDonald's. Introducing McCafe coffees at McDonald's, a new line of lattes, mochas, and cappuccinos. Chase Utley hitting .366 this year, 4 home runs and 11 RBIs. The home run total is 5th best in the National League. Not only that, but he has reached base safely in 31 consecutive games. That, of course, is dating back to the end of last year. Well, Sunday he had himself another good day, and this was his home run in Sunday's ballgame. Nearly had a second one later on in the game.
Yeah, he got one knocked down by the wind. That ball Ibanez hit, though, I wouldn't do anything with that.
See what Chase did against the Padres, 4 of 13. Victorino has stolen 2 bases this year. He's only attempted 2 steals. That's now 6 straight out of the strike zone for Matty Parra, and Jason Kennel goes out to the mound to talk to the young left-hander.
And that's to have Jimmy Rollins kind of kicking himself right now, because he's gotten so much better at working pitchers leading off games. Every once in a while a guy will have a game plan. He knows the pitcher, he thinks he knows what he's going to get, and he'll jump on the first pitch, and Jimmy got himself out.
Well, Ken Maka was talking before the ball game about his pitching staff, and he said, with Ben Sheets gone, CC Sabathia gone, there's some pieces that have to fall into place, not only in the bullpen but also in the starting rotation for the Brewers.
Big pieces.
Sure are.
Those 2.
2-0 pitch. That's low, ball 3.
Victorino had a red light, it looked like, on 3-0. Now Chase takes a look down at Sam Perlazo to see what he has here.
Phillies as a team are rising in the National League, and their team batting average hitting .271, which is 4th best in the National League. And Chase taking all the way, takes one on the inside corner.
Guys earn green lights, and that's a manager's discretion on how he thinks they can handle it. Now, sometimes when a guy's all over the place like this early in the game, there's Ryan Howard, they're going to just tell him stand there on 3-0. Later on, in a game where maybe a home run wins it, turn him loose.
Victorino goes 3-1, bounced on the ground toward the middle, cut off by Hardy. He stumbles and everybody is safe.
Victorino just came up limping at second base too. He stopped suddenly at second, did something weird around the bag, and hopefully he's not hurt, but he's limping, and their shortstop, or the Ricky Weeks, is down out there too. 2 guys are hurt. Here's a look at it. See, we can see what happened. Hardy cuts in front of Weeks, and
right there.
Yep, right at the bag. See, he went in the bag funny. See, right here, he steps on the bag. He doesn't slide. The bag kind of snuck up on him because he was looking at the play, and now he jammed his foot into the bag. And I don't know whether it was his toes or his ankle, but it was his left foot.
Well, and now they're looking at Ricky Weeks out there behind second base. And every time Shane comes up a little lame, limping, you always worry about that right calf injury that he had. You know, because it's been a year, obviously, or even more than a year since that calf bothered him. But still, there's no question that those thoughts still linger. But this is the left leg.
Yeah, it looked like his foot, because we could see as we on that replay that he was watching the ball and he never saw the bag. And all of a sudden his foot made contact with the bag and he wasn't ready for it. Here it is. Now watch right. See, now watch. He's going to start looking over here, right there, and now right in this area. Boom! His foot hits the bag.
And, he turned his foot.
Yeah, he didn't expect it.
Yep. That's a good shot right there. I didn't realize that he turned his ankle like that. Well, he looks like he's okay. Ricky Weeks is going to stay in the ball game for Milwaukee. Shane explaining to J.J. Hardy what he did.
I said, man, that bag, it was at 90 feet away. I thought I was only 89 at that point.
Well, the Phillies now have an opportunity. Down 1. And Ryan Howard will be the batter. Howard hitting .341, couple home runs, 9 RBIs, playing in his 289th consecutive ball game. And he takes one inside. It's 1-0.
Combination of 2 men on base and a left-handed pitcher, and they are not overshifting with 3 players on Ryan Howard. So you see right there, he's a lot more room on the right side than he normally does.
I mentioned this last week, how he's hit so many balls right up the middle where Hardy is standing now. Now Hardy backs off even farther and closer to his normal shortstop position.
They're playing the pull in the outfield too. Most teams play him towards left center. When he hits a ball in the air, a lot of times he'll go over into this area. So right now you see they're playing the pull over here.
1-0. He lays off a breaking pitch, and it's 2-0. Well, the Brewers have one of the better defensive center fielders in the game in Mike Cameron. And Mike has talked about playing this center field, how he likes all the different center fields that he plays that are different. And this is one of those that's different.
Remember, he had trouble handling a ball in the first playoff game last year in Cole Hamels' start, and it led to 2 runs for the Phillies and gave him the lead.
Jason Kendall trying to straighten out Manny Parra here in the bottom of the first inning. He's already thrown 12 pitches to the first 4 hitters. Don't forget, he got Jimmy Rollins on 1 pitch to get the first out. 2-0 inside. It's 3-0.
Well, here you go again. Well, you're in a potential green light situation.
Now, you think he'll get the green light here?
I think he's more likely to get it than the other 2 guys because of the situation where it is. Although Charlie may not want to turn him loose because this guy's just all over the place. You might get yourself out.
Got the green light. He got a pretty good pitch to hit too. And it's 3-1.
The thing was, it wasn't a good swing, and Ryan would probably agree with that. It was late. You know, you're going to get a 3-0 green light. He's late on it. He did not. He just kind of felt for that. And you know, when a manager gives a 3-0 green light, he wants a guy to get a rip.
Inside, ball 4. So the bases are going to be loaded. 2 walks and an infield base hit. And Jason Worth will get a chance to bat. And Parra now has walked 8. And Bill Castro, the Brewers pitching coach, is going to trot out to the mound. Castro is one of a few holdovers from last year's staff. And he was the bullpen coach and has been with the Brewers organization for 18 years. This is his first year as the pitching coach.
Well, 3 straight guys go 3-0. Chase Utley, there you see, you know, just really bad ball strike ratio. And Jimmy swinging at the first pitch. Chase Utley has an infield hit in the middle of this, in the middle of the walks, and they have the bases loaded on infield hit and 2 walks.
So here's Worth batting .275, a home run and 6 RBIs. And he takes one low. It's 1-0.
Be patient right now. You know, if he walks some more, take it.
Pretty good numbers for Jason against Milwaukee during his career.
Big gap in left center.
This one hit the opposite way foul over the first base dugout. They play the infield back looking for 2 here in the bottom of the first inning.
That's even deeper than double play depth with the shortstop, that's for sure. You know, they want to get an out here too.
Line drive, base hit down the left field line, heading to the corner. Victorino's going to score. Here comes Utley. He's going to score. Perlazo holds Howard at third. It's a 2-run double for Jason Worth, and the Phillies lead it 2-1.
Well, you talk about a BB, is all Ken Mocker can do is look on and hope his starter can right his ship here. That looked like a changeup or a split. He throws both, and it kind of hung out over the plate. And boy, did Jason Worth get a swing at that. Bill Hall had no chance. Here's Victorino, you know, with a little hitch in his giddy up, and they're concerned, as you saw in that shot we had on the bench, about how that foot or ankle is.
Raul Ibanez now bats with 2 runners in scoring position, 2 runs across. And he fouls the first pitch into the glove of Kendall, and the count 0-1.
Ken Mocker is playing the infield back with the exception of the third baseman Hall, and he'll give up another run here for an out. Just trying to stay out of a real big inning.
That one sliced the opposite way foul. It's 0-2. Ibanez 5th in the league at hitting at .386. And part of that is because of the success he had against the Padres over the weekend. A couple home runs, 3 RBIs. He's one of 4 guys tied for the top spot in home runs in the league. And he also leads the league in extra base hits. And speaking of extra base hits, this one was as extra as they're going to get.
Turned out to be a changeup that he hit out. Thought it was a cutter because it looked like he was trying to get back into the strike zone. It was a changeup and way out.
2-run game-winning home run. Hits this one the opposite way down the left field line. Braun gives it a look into foul territory, and it's into the first row. So Ibanez stays alive with Howard on third, Worth on second.
It's a good try by Braun. He does the right thing. As that wall's coming up, go into a slide. Don't run into it. He found a home out there. You know, he really struggled trying to play third base. And he's not a great outfielder, but, you know, adequate, and he's sure can swing the bat.
He made 26 errors at third base in his rookie season there. 1-2, line drive, base hit, and it's an 8-game hitting streak for Ibanez. Howard is going to score. Worth is held up, and the Phillies lead it 3-1.
Boy, is that another bullet? Well, they're loving Raul Ibanez right now. That was the Rauls.
Howard being congratulated as he comes into the dugout. Parra now has allowed 3 hits in the inning to go along with 2 walks.
It's a good job by Sam Perlazo, too, the third base coach. Fastball out over the plate and up, and Worth had a freeze because it looked like the shortstop already had a shot at that, and then Braun makes a really good throw. He'd have been out by 20 feet if he'd have sent it.
Pedro Feliz now the batter, 7th man to hit in this inning for the Phillies, and he takes a pitch inside. And aside from Rollins, who bounced out on the first pitch, the Phillies hitters have done a nice job being patient with Parra.
They're all heading the count, huh?
Ibanez was down 0-2, but he fought his way back to line 1 to left. This one lined through the hole, past the diving Hall into left field. Another runner is going to score. RBI single for Pedro Feliz. What a start he's had to the season. And the Phillies lead it 4-1. And that lineup card might come out a little earlier than Ken Mocker would like it to.
Yeah, managers hate to see a guy go quick. And, you know, his guy is at the point where he may have to get somebody up. That ball was really hooking right there, and it looked like Hall might have a shot at it, but it was by him in a hurry.
Still only 1 out. It was Jimmy Rollins who grounded out to start this inning on the first pitch. And now 4 runs have scored, and Coast takes a breaking ball for a strike, and it's 0-1.
That's hard to believe. You get a game started with a ground out on the first pitch and then have this big an inning.
There's Jorge Julio, who is going to start loosening up in the pen for the Brewers.
Boy, has his career changed. Jorge Julio in the first inning. He used to be in the ninth inning.
Well, remember last Sunday when we were flying back from Denver, the Brewers were playing the Cubs, and Jeff Suppan, the starting pitcher for the Brewers, was struggling unbelievably. He couldn't find the strike zone either. And it was Julio who came in early in the game, kind of stabilized things for Milwaukee. 0-2 pitch. Outside, it's a ball. It's 1-2. Phillies on first. Ibanez on second. Swing at a fly ball, left center field, not deep. Cameron waving everybody off. Braun comes over, but Cameron makes the grab, and they're 2 away, and the Phillies are going to bat around here in the first inning.
It's always a good way to get started.
Well, particularly when you give up a run in the top of the inning. Two outs for Jamie Moyer. Jamie 0 for 2 so far this year. And he takes one inside. It's 1-0.
30 pitches, 16 balls, 14 strikes for power here, and he's not out of the first inning.
That's a strike there, so it's 1-1. Breaking ball that drops in for strike 2. Barr had a lot of success in the minor leagues coming through the Milwaukee Brewers system. He was 38-19 with an ERA of just over 3 in the minor leagues. So they've expected some big things from him the last couple of seasons. And he finally gets out of this inning as he strikes out Jamie Moyer. But the Phillies score 4 in this inning. Yes, they walked twice, but they also took some pretty hardy swings. Chase Utley with one, Jason Worth with another, Raul Ibanez, and how about Pedro Feliz for a 4-1 lead. Victories so far this year, they have trailed. Oh, and they trailed in tonight's game too, 1-0, but they put a 4th spot on the board in the bottom of the first. So we begin the top of the second with Mike Cameron for Milwaukee, and he swings at the first pitch and shoots it in the air to straightaway center field. Victorino, even with a bum wheel, tracks it nicely, and there's one away.
He moved fine. Yeah, you know, Tom, that was the first thing I thought too when the ball went in the air. Can he get after it? He looked fine going for that.
Hey, don't forget the Brewers and the Phillies will wrap up their 3-game series this Thursday. It's a Citizens Bank Business Person Special at 105. Midweek, midday baseball at its best. You can log on to Phillies.com to purchase your tickets for not only tomorrow night's ball game, but also this Thursday's Citizens Bank Business Person Special.
They just send one guy up after another can hit the ball of the ballpark.
Well, last year I think it was surprising that this guy, Bill Hall, struggled as much as he did with his batting average. He hit .225, and they expected an awful lot from him because they just signed him to a long-term extension before the start of last season. And he struggled to get in the mix with those power numbers, even though he finished with 15 homers. And that's a heck of a changeup right there by Moyer, and the count is no balls and 2 strikes.
Bill Hall's really hit Jamie. He was a really good extra man for them for a long time. Could play a lot of different positions.
One and 2 the count. Well, there was one year where he played every day in center field. There was another year where he played every day at second base. He's played shortstop, and now he's pretty much a platoon third baseman with Craig Counsell. Tries to stay alive and just gets a piece of that one. Jamie Moyer with his last victory. It was career win number 247. Hall lifts this one in the air down the right field line. It's going to be a tough play for Worth, and it drops in foul territory. That just kept on slicing away. So it remains 1 and 2. That 247 career victories for Moyer puts him 47th all time on Major League Baseball's career win list. And it also moves him to 11th among left-handers. He's had himself a wonderful career. 2 and 2. This one off the glove of Moyer. That's going to be a base hit for Bill Hall. Phillies got to it, but Hall runs well. And Jamie nearly plucked that one out of the air.
It's another one. I've seen a few of them the last couple of games where it fools a pitcher. That was a changeup. He hit it right on the end of the bat and didn't hit it that hard. But, you know, you're only that close to the hitter. It's hard for a pitcher to determine the velocity of the ball coming back at him. So he just reacts and sticks the glove out. You know, if he had time to really gauge that thing, he could have caught that because it wasn't hit hard. But, man, imagine being that close to major league hitters.
Second hit of the game for the Brewers. So they've got a base runner with 1 out. Jason Kendall, the hitter. Kendall hitting just 129. Brewers have Jason Kendall at 129, J.J. Hardy at 114, Prince Fielder at 175. You know, it sounds odd, but there were a number of Phillies players last year at this time that were in that same neighborhood with their batting average.
Well, it changed so fast. You know, you have a couple good games, all of a sudden you're back up to a respectable average this time of the year.
Well, Charlie Manuel's watched his offense kind of lift their game over the last few ball games.
Well, this is Jamie Moyer. For whatever reason, he's decided that Kendall will get antsy if he does this. You know, which is a little surprising to me because he's a veteran hitter. And Moyer does this a lot of times with young players. But, you know, he always has a reason for everything he does.
Kendall has the most experience against Moyer during his career. He's 9 for 30 against him.
Well, it's not like this is a running situation. See, they're laughing about it because they know what he's doing. Because Moyer works really fast with nobody, and then all of a sudden he'll decide to slow the game down, and it's on his terms.
Now it's on the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1.
Watch how he'll do that to Ugla a lot. He used to do that to Josh Willingham. And drove him. You know, he would get them out.
I said last time that Moyer was on the mound that I can't imagine he had this kind of patience when he was a young pitcher. I mean, seriously. I mean, just to sit there and toss one after another over to first base, knowing that the end result is to try to get the hitter so off balance and jumpy.
Yeah, has nothing to do with the base runner. Most time, I mean, sometimes there's a base stealer over there he's concerned about, but 9 times out of 10 with him, it's who's at home plate.
Oh, he's ahead of Kendall. No balls and 2 strikes here at the top of the 2nd inning. He saw Hall was a little jumpy there that time, so he threw over.
Yeah, so, because it's not you see you run and you get thrown out, and then the 8-hitter makes an out. You lead off with a pitcher, so it's not like you're in base stealing situation here. And hit and run 0-2, you don't do that either.
That one's in on the hands. A looper to center field. Victorino on the run. He's not going to get it. Takes it on one hop. He's got to play at second, and it's in time to get Bill Hall. Well, just the reaction by Victorino deked Hall enough that he froze halfway between first and second.
It's a tough play for a base runner. But it did look like Victorino had a shot at this. And he got a perfect hop and throws on the run, gets him easily. And you see Hall right there. And he threw the brakes on and started back, and that's what killed him.
Yeah, that hop back is what cost him, it seems.
And it wasn't like Victorino deked him, put the glove up like some guys do.
Well, the fielder's choice goes 8-4, and there are 2 away. So Kendall, who hasn't been able to really buy a base hit of late, saw one drop in there.
And he loses it.
And he lost it. Parr is 0 for 4. He's a good hitter, though, overall for his career. He's at .212 with 8 extra base hits. One and 2 the count. It's a sinking feeling when you're a hitter and you hit one to the outfield, whether it be to right field or center field, and maybe you get the guy thrown out at second, or if you get thrown out at first. Did you ever have that happen to you, Wheels?
Me?
You get thrown out at first?
No. No.
Well, take it from experience.
No. I can see with your body and mine, there's a difference. I mean, that's not going to happen. No.
On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Pirates, boy, they have been playing some good baseball. They're shut out the Marlins 2-0. They shut them out last night. RBI single by Adam LaRoche. 2-2 the count. I used to say that I hit the ball so hard that's why they threw me out at first base from right field. I never got thrown out from left field, though.
Left field. I'll never forget the night we were in San Francisco, and Kurt Schilling hit a ball to right field, and he's running down the first baseline. Willie McGee's in right for the Giants. Hit him right in the batting helmet. He threw it back in to get him at first. Boink, right off the helmet.
Parra staying alive. He's fouled a few off. And the count holds 2-2.
Dodge ball, wiffle ball, or dodge ball. That'd been good. You hit him.
Yeah, if you played in your front yard or in my front yard, and just a couple of players, then you could throw the ball at the base runner and he would have been out.
Yeah, Schilling was fine, and he just stayed at first with a single.
Chopper to the right side. Howard went after it. Now Utley's got to wait for him, and the inning is over. So 4-3 on the putout. J.B. Moyer gets through the 2nd inning. We move on to the bottom of the 2nd. Matty Parra will go to work against the top of the order. sports provide an escape from the everyday woes of real life, but not the woes of this struggling economy. How are the teams dealing with the economic crisis? On the next It's Your Call, find out. Sunday night at 8:30 on the Comcast Network. There's been a lot of talk around the major leagues about some ballparks that are struggling with some of the seats that are open. Well, Ricky Weeks is done, and we'll try to find out what his injury is. And it looks like Casey McGee is going to take over at second base for the Brewers. He was picked up off waivers during spring training. Weeks, who was nicked up, at least it seemed that way, on a ball hit by Chase Utley in the bottom of the first inning. The trainers came out to check on him to see if he was okay, and then he decided to stay in the game. But it looked like he may have pulled something in his back or his rib cage. So we'll try to get a report on that. Jimmy Rollins leads things off here in the bottom of the second inning. And unlike his first at bat, he takes the first pitch.
Yeah. Well, you almost knew that was coming after what happened. But Phillies had a heck of a first inning after Jimmy went out on one pitch.
Phillies wound up scoring 4 runs on 4 hits. Couple walks issued by Manny Parra, who begins the second inning with 33 pitches under his belt. And the count is even 1-1 to Rollins. Now 2-1. Brewers last year, as we mentioned, won 90 games. It was their first postseason appearance in 26 years. It's the longest drought in Major League Baseball. And even with all that success, Ned Yost lost his job toward the end of the season.
Right after that 4-game sweep here, they fired him the next day in Chicago.
And Dale Swaim, who took over, is now the hitting coach for the Brewers. Doug Melvin, the general manager, during the offseason when Ken Maka was hired, he asked Ken Maka to consider Dale Swaim. And you see what the Phillies went on to do in the postseason. They won that best-of-5 series 3-1. Ken Maka not only kept Dale Swaim on, kept Bill Castro on, as we mentioned. Victorino lines one toward left field. Braun gets to it quickly, and Victorino's going to hold up at first. So he's aboard for the second time in tonight's game. He walked his first time up and scored. Braun did a pretty good job getting to that ball quickly.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Ryan Braun. He's watching himself right now on the board up there, saying, I made a good play. I cut that off nice. You know, he's okay out there. He really wasn't going to be able to play third base in the major leagues and be adequate, it looked like. And he's done a good job out there. Looks like he's worked hard at it.
He has not made an error in 161 games out in left field. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's real good. You know, and I don't know that we don't see him enough, but I don't know that he doesn't get to balls. You know, some guys have some non-error streaks and they don't get to anything.
Well, they said he bought into it right away when they offered him the opportunity to move out to left field. Count 1-0 to Utley. And he takes it for a strike. It's 1-1.
Well, he probably is relaxed out there, and it helps his hitting if you're not worried about your defense all the time.
Well, he did say that last year. He said that, you know, he just wanted to play and he wanted to hit. And out in left field, and Sarge has talked about this. You see the numbers in 161 career games. You know, when you're out in the outfield, you do have time in between pitches to sit and think and work on your stance and work on your swing. Guys like Raul Ibanez. I mean, the other day when he missed that fly ball that he played into a triple, I mean, he was pacing out in left field. Time was called. Victorino was breaking towards second, and it was Utley who called time. Broken bat liner toward the middle. Nice play by Hardy to second for 1. They won't get 2. That bat shattered every which way, and Victorino was retired very easily. And there are 2 away.
Kind of like the ball hit in the first inning, only it was to the right of second base, and all kinds of bad things happened for the Brewers. That time went right over the bag. Hardy was playing him there. Makes a nice flip to McGee. Good pivot. Almost got a double play out of it. McGee was who were the Cubs last year?
Yeah, he was picked up very late.
Yeah.
With 2 away, Ryan Howard will be the batter. Howard walked his first time up, came around to score. One of 4 runs the Phillies scored in that first inning. And he takes a big swing and a miss at that 92-mile-an-hour fastball, and the count is 0-1.
Now with just a runner at first as opposed to first and second, they have the 3-man overshift on Ryan.
Nice play by Kendall to keep it in front of him. Time now to take a look at our Firestone leaders. And since the start of the 2007 season, we have 2 of the top 3 home run hitters in this ball game. Howard with 97, Prince Fielder with 85. Sandwiched around Alex Rodriguez. Firestone, a tradition of innovation. Fielder has just 1 home run this year. Howard, of course, has hit 2. And Alex Rodriguez is rehabbing a hip injury down in Tampa and apparently is ahead of schedule.
Well, Phillies are familiar with that. Getting their second baseman back quicker.
Swing and a miss, and Howard is down on strikes, and the second inning comes to a close. Phils do get a base runner. They strand 1. We have played 2. 4-1 Phillies. And forum section for all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. The question is, who was the first Brewer ever to hit for this cycle? The answer will be revealed in the 7th inning. Casey McGee is first at bat since coming on for the injured Ricky Weeks. He is 1 for 4 so far this season, and he takes a pitch upstairs, and the count 1-0. McGee's a pretty good story for the Brewers. He came to spring training late and had to win a job, and did so because he had 393. Takes a changeup low, so he's ahead 2-0.
They played in the Cubs organization last year at Iowa, their AAA club, and then was a September recall.
They won 167 last year with Chicago in that September recall. Pulls this one on the ground to third. The short-handed Pedro Feliz has it, and there's 1 away. And one thing that Charlie Manuel has not had to worry about this year is not only Feliz's defense, but the defense overall. The Phillies have picked up right where they left off in 2008 with their defense.
Yeah, they've been solid defensively. Their problems early in the season have been pitching.
Think about it. Last year at this point, they had made 13 errors. That's a lot, but they've made just 3 so far this season. And Ryan Howard's been a big reason why their defense has been improved. He's played outstanding defense at first base.
Well, he was good here on Sunday.
1 to Hart down low, 1 ball and 1 strike. And the other reason could be pointed towards Sam Perlazzo, and I loved his comments the other day where he said he didn't watch any film of Ryan Howard before he started working with him this past offseason because he wanted no preconceived notions on what Ryan's deficiencies were and where he needed to improve. He wanted to see it for his own eyes.
Yeah. One of the keys to infield playing. So many conversations with John Vukovich over the years. Taught all of us so much baseball, and he was great at infield. And one thing he always stressed was movement. You can't be stationary when the pitch is thrown, or you'll be flat-footed and get in trouble.
Roller toward third, a foul ball.
That's basically what Sam was saying about what he had to do with Ryan Howard was find a way to have him in motion some way as a pitch is thrown, and it certainly has helped him.
I guess it's almost like a trigger. They talk about a trigger with your hitting. From a defensive standpoint, you need that kind of trigger to get the momentum rolling.
Yeah, and corner guys are different than the middle guys. The middle guys are looking in. The corner guys are looking at the pitcher a lot of times, and it's very different when you play the middle of the infield or if you play a corner. Vuk was one of the best infield instructors ever, and he could really help people.
That one just misses. It's 3-2. The other thing that John Vukovich did really well is that he could play a game of hot cold with you better than anybody I've ever seen.
To go there.
Hart stays alive. Folks, unfortunately, maybe have never seen this as Ryan Braun waits on deck. Vuk would steal Wheels' glasses and put it in a different spot in the room, and he would make Wheels play hot cold in order to find his glasses. That was really entertaining.
And what a child.
Hart pops it up behind second base. Chase Utley makes the call. And they're 2 away. Hey, the Washington Nationals are coming to town next week, April 27th through the 29th. You're talking about a good giveaway. On Tuesday the 28th, all fans receive a free Charlie Manuel Bobble figurine, compliments of Toyota. Don't miss that great giveaway. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. And that is a good one. It's one of many giveaways this year. Charlie even approved of it. He was laughing at it when he saw it for the first time. Ryan Braun, who homered his only time up, opposite way, stands in, and he takes a pitch for a strike on the inside corner. Good pitch. Came back over the plate, and it's 0-2.
Jamie's throwing a lot of good strikes tonight. By that I mean he's on the corners. Made a little bit of a mistake to Braun, and give Braun credit for hitting that ball out the other way because it wasn't a real bad pitch. See, he hit Coast glove then, and they didn't. It's an 0-2 pitch, and if he chases, fine. But you don't want to get too close to the strike zone with 2 strikes and get hurt. And he basically hit the glove, and his command is very good here early in this game tonight.
On the hand, slow roller up the third base line, and Moyer is going to pick it up foul. I laugh because at 46 years old, I mean, he's a competitor, but I mean, look at how he just moved off the mound.
Yeah, most pitchers try to conserve energy, and they're 20 years younger. Well, here he comes. He thinks he's got to play. You don't want him to get a cheap hit if he can prevent it. Heck, he runs all the way over to the stand sometimes to help guys on pop-ups.
And again, the rest of his Patriots in the starting rotation, they enjoyed watching it.
Saying we're not going that far for that thing.
Braun went a fish in there and a pitch up high.
And Coast, that was good. I mean, Coast put the glove up. He didn't stand up either. He put the glove up and he wanted a high fastball, and they got him to chase, but he fouled it back. Watch what Coast, see what Coast does. He doesn't stand. Puts a glove up, gives him a target, and says throw it up here, and he almost got him to swing through one. Again.
And he got him to go upstairs again. He fouls it off. This one's headed toward the upper deck down the left field line.
And they must have reports on Braun that he's chasing high stuff, high fastballs. Now they got his eyes up there, and you think they'll probably try to get away from him. And here he does it again. Same thing. Doesn't stand up, just puts the glove up and now gets in position to catch it. And it was a high fastball. He did it again.
That was pretty close to where he wanted it too.
Yeah.
Pulls that one toward the hole at shortstop. Knocked down by Rollins. That'll be a base hit for Ryan Braun. That's his second hit of the night.
Well, he did what they wanted to do there. I mean, they changed his eye level with a pitch up, went away, and he found a perfect spot with it. And Braun's had two good at bats. See, they want to go down and away now. And he hits it right off the end of the bat and right in the hole.
That brings Prince Fielder to the plate. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. And now time is called. Prince Fielder and his daddy Cecil Fielder are going to have a tough time probably catching the likes of Ken Griffey and Ken Griffey Jr. as the father-son combination with the most home runs. But I'll tell you what, by the time his career is over with, Fielder's career is over with, they could be awfully close. And he's hit again. Second time he's been hit by a pitch.
2 outs, nobody on base. And Braun gets on, hits a homer, and then he hits Fielder, and this time base hit, and he hits him. He's just trying to throw a fastball into him.
And he hangs too.
Yeah, he doesn't move. Well, you got that much beef, you can take one. And Jamie doesn't throw that hard.
So now Moyer has to work with J.J. Hardy at the plate. 2 runners on here in the top of the 3rd inning. And Hardy hits one sharply to short. Jimmy Rollins has it. Fielder's retired. And Moyer works out of a jab with 2 outs here in the 3rd inning. Jason Worth is going to lead things off for the Phils. They're hanging on to a 4-1 lead. To your Jeep dealer and see how good the best values in America can be. By Independence Blue Cross, we're here for you every step of the way. And by Southwest Airlines, low fares, no hidden fees. Well, good start to the ball game for the Phillies. They lead it 4-1. And they'll have 5, 6, and 7 due up against Manny Parra, the left-hander for Milwaukee. Worth doubled home 2 runs his last time up. And he hits the first pitch foul here, and the count is 0-1.
That's a key hit in the first inning when Jason Worth did that. That just opened the scoring doors for the Phillies.
Yeah, you look at some of his numbers so far this year. He hasn't faced too many left-handed pitchers. I mean, it's kind of odd to think about it, but the Phillies as a team have not faced too many left-handed starting pitchers.
Right. Well, there's just so many more right-handed starters, but anybody has a left-hander tries to line them up for the Phillies. Although I saw down in Florida, I think they're going to get Johnson and Falstad right-handers. There's that line drive, 2 on and 1 out. That's when your extra base hit is big, or you get some runs out of it and you set up more.
2-1 pitch pulled on the ground to third. Easy 2 hopper for Bill Hall. And Jason hustling all the way is thrown out by a step. Time now for our Geico quote of the day. It comes from Ryan Howard on Raul Ibanez. Raul came in from day one, and with his work ethic, he fit right in with the chemistry of this team. Right now, he's unreal. Being as consistent as he is, he's consistently locked. 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. And he's the kind of guy, Ibanez is, that I think Charlie Manuel likes. Well, there's no doubt he likes it, but needs right now, because I think Charlie's looking for some fire from some guys, and he's hoping that somebody like Raul Ibanez can fire some guys up.
And Raul Ibanez is a guy who's come in here and watched all this World Series stuff, seen guys get rings, and he's saying, man, I'd like to do that. I'm starting to get to that point in my career where I don't know it's ever going to happen.
Lays off pitch out. Oh no, it's called a strike. It's 1-2.
He just hit so many balls hard, and here he is again with a line drive over the shortstop Hardy's head into left field for a base hit and a run batted in.
That was his 11th RBI of the season already.
He's going to ground into double plays. There he strikes out looking. He doesn't do that too often. He's going to ground into double plays because he doesn't swing and miss that much.
Well, Parra picks up his third strikeout. And with 2 away, Pedro Phillies will be the batter. Parra did not have a great spring. He was 0-1 with an ERA of just under 5. He did strike out 19 in 23 innings. And last year, he did a nice job striking guys out too, and you know, there was more. It seemed like there was more movement on his pitches a season ago.
He's starting to get a little bit after the first inning. He may have too many pitches. Sometimes you watch a guy like this. He cuts a fastball, he throws a straight fastball, then he'll throw a breaking ball. He's got a split and a change.
Phillies sends one to the air deep to right field. Hart just turns around, watches it go. It's gone. A home run for Pedro Phillies. It's his first of the year, and how about an opposite field shot for Phillies? And Jim Gullo of Williamstown, New Jersey, you've just won $100 courtesy of the McDonald's home run jackpot.
He did that late in the game last year off the Mets early in the season off Pedro Feliciano and tied the game. The Phillies later won that one before they headed off to Denver on a road trip. And this a four-seamer out over the plate, a high fastball. Kind of looked like the ball Braun hit in the first inning, just went with it.
So the Phillies lead it 5-1. That's 8 RBIs now for Phillies, who is off to a much better start this year than he was off to last year. And Coast sends one in the air deep to left field. Braun going back to the warning track. He can't get it. Takes a hop off the top of the wall, and Cameron will play it in. Chris Coast with his 3rd double of the season. And he's in scoring position with 2 away. And that lineup card is being used again.
I think Mock is writing some notes down there. Chris Coast gets a pitcher out of the way again with 2 outs. Good job. Doubles the left center field.
Willie Randolph, the bench coach for Ken Maka. They played together in the Pittsburgh Pirates organization. And Ken Maka looking for a bench coach during the offseason as Moyer smokes that one into the crowd. You know, he remembered what it was like for him to be out of work for 2 years after losing his job with the A's, and he knew Willie Randolph was looking for a job in Major League Baseball after being fired from the Mets, and that's why he talked him into joining him as the bench coach. There's a slow roller up the first base line. Moyer's going to beat it up the line.
And Willie had a lot of National League experience, obviously, with the Mets a few years before that. And that you really want to do that if you can't get your bench coach. You're coming from the American League. You want a National League guy beside you that knows the league, knows the players, knows the ballparks. And Willie Randolph's just perfect for that job.
Well, the other thought, too, is that he was a good second baseman during his career with the Yankees and the Pirates and the Mets and the Dodgers and the A's, that he could help Ricky Weeks at second base, too.
Ricky Weeks left the game with dizziness, by the way. That was the report we got.
Moyer swings and misses, loses his bat as it rolls across the mound and out towards second base. The Phillies get a run on the home run by Pedro Phillies. He goes the opposite way, his first of the year. They lead at 5-1 as we go to the fourth. Nonprofit organization will collect gently used plastic toys at the ballpark entrances. If you're coming to the game, consider donating the plastic toys. You'll be keeping these toys out of landfills and helping kids in need, to whom all the toys will be donated through charities and youth centers. All part of the Phillies' Red Goes Green initiative. Top of the fourth inning. Jamie Moyer working with a 4-run lead. And he drops one in for a strike against Mike Cameron, and the count is 0-1. There was a lot of talk this year that the Brewers were thinking about dealing Mike Cameron, particularly to the Yankees, as he chops one up the middle. That's a base hit, and he's aboard to lead off the fourth inning. And Sarge, I don't know about you, but it's tough to find a guy that can play center field like this guy can. And you know, when you're a team that was right on the doorstep of advancing in the postseason, they got to the postseason, it would be difficult to give up a guy like that from your lineup.
It's always been a good center fielder.
Bill Hall, the batter. Gary Matthews continues.
He's been a great center fielder over the years.
Bill Hall chops one to short. This is going to be an easy double play for Jimmy Rollins. And they're 2 away.
That's a smart play by J-Ro. Anytime you don't have to hand that ball off, you're able to take it yourself. Well, less chance of even getting an error on that. That's the smart way to do it. If you're close to the bag, go on and take it. See Billy Hall, as he hits that ball, chops it down. He thinks about it, but then he throws, and you see getting Hall by plenty.
Jason Kendall takes one to the inside corner. It's 0-1. Kendall reached on a fielder's choice his first time up. A little looper to the middle to center field, and Shane Victorino threw out Bill Hall at second base.
Well, you look at that average now, 125. Believe me, he was thinking about that hit. Clean hit in the center field.
Lifted in the air to right field. Pretty deep. Worth on the run. He got a great jump, and the inning is over. Nice play by Jason Worth. Jamie Moyer throws just a few pitches to get through the fourth. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Phillies lead it by 4. Official soft drink of the Philadelphia Phillies. By W.B. Mason. Who but W.B. Mason for amazingly low office product prices. And by Dodge. Live strong, live bold, live now. Dodge. Grab life. Well, the rain that was around the Philadelphia area yesterday has gone by, and it's turned out to be a beautiful night. There's some rain in the area later on that'll probably take us through the overnight. But right now, good night for baseball here at the ballpark.
Yep.
A nice crowd settling in.
Only ones here in the stadium with jackets on.
Jimmy Rollins takes a fastball for a strike. It's 0-1. Rollins grounded out his first 2 times up. Once to short, once to third. And he's going to ground out for a 3rd time. J.J. Hardy gets to it quickly. And there's one away.
J-Roll a little bit tentative with his stroke. Undecided on whether or not he wants to swing. And he's more or less kind of just playing pepper. When he's going right, he drives that ball. Waiting back and drives it. Just can't get himself together timing-wise. See Charlie as he's looking down. And just watch how he's just a little bit. See how he's off balance? When you're off balance, you don't keep it together. Good things are not going to happen for you.
Well, Charlie was saying today that he's not worried as Victorino gets a little chin music. He's not worried about guys like Rollins. And, he would never worry about Utley or Ryan Howard. He thinks that they'll come around. Victorino the same way. Again, he comes inside in the count 2-0.
Yeah, those are a little bit, those are purpose pitches right there. Even though you had Prince Felder, he's gotten hit twice by Jamie. He's kind of sending a message that, hey, we're still out here.
3-0 the count.
And I say that this guy has too good of control to be up and in like that, unless it is a purpose pitch. You don't mind pitchers coming in. You'd appreciate it, though, if they get a little bit lower, not near the noggin.
Victorino takes one for a strike at the knees. It's 3-1.
Yeah, that will wake a hitter up. You don't mind that either, though, when you're in a slump. That kind of gets your attention a little bit.
Well, the 2 pitches that Fielder was hit with from Jamie Moyer, I mean, we've seen this before with Prince. I mean, he hangs pretty good over the plate.
And he's on top of the plate just about. Jamie trying to pitch him in, making sure that it's in, because if you get it out over the plate, he can hit it a long way.
Victorino reaches out and pops it foul up the first base line. And there are 2 away. Now, if those were purpose pitches, if you're Prince Fielder, are you feeling a little disappointed that Parr didn't make contact?
No, absolutely not. I think the message has been sent coming up and in. Yeah, and again, Jamie not trying to hit him on purpose. But that's one of those unwritten rules that, hey, my guy gets hit. Steve Carlton used to do that all the time. One of our players get hit, he hits 2 players. Although he'd strike out the side then, no.
He was just picking his spots, right?
Oh. That's why they called it win day every time he went to the mound.
Utley tonight is 1 for 2. He singled an infield single his first time up, and then scored a run. Reached on a fielder's choice his last time to the plate. Phillies with 5 runs on 7 hits. And it's 2 balls and no strikes.
Parr a little bit inconsistent there with his fastball. You always tell guys can't get that fastball over the plate. Makes it difficult to throw your other pitches to be effective.
He got the outside corner there. Well, I thought Wheels brought up a good point before. I don't know if you agree with this or not, Sarge. He thinks that Parr, and there are guys like this, he may have too many pitches. He's got 5 pitches that he's been using tonight.
Then he ought to use one that works.
Well, for the Phillies' sake, they think the fastball's work pretty good.
So what does he have, a split too?
He's got a split too.
I've seen 2 pitches he's had, fastball, curveball, and maybe a changeup.
Oh, he's thrown a slider and a split as well.
Whatever.
Utley takes ball 4, so he's aboard with 2 outs. That is the 3rd walk issued by Parr in this game. Hey, tonight on Sports Night, highlights from the Phillies-Brewers series opener, which is going on right now. A breakdown of Game 4 of the Flyers' Keystone Clash against the Penguins. No score in that one. A preview of the Sixers' Game 2, and a look at the safeties in this year's draft class on Sports Night. Tonight at 10, only on Comcast Sportsnet. And by the way, the Penguins have scored, so it's 1-0 Pittsburgh. Flyers and the Penguins were scoreless at the end of one period of play. Flyers looking to tie that series at 2 games apiece. Ryan Howard with a big swing and a miss, and the count 0-1. Howard is 0 for 1. He walked his first time up and scored. That was part of that 4-run first inning for the Phillies. And he's gone down on strikes. And he pulls this one on the ground to shallow right field. McGee's got it. And the inning is over. Phils do get a base runner. Utley is stranded. We have completed 4 here at Citizens Bank Park. 5-1 Phillies. Game on your computer with MLB.tv. The ultimate baseball experience featuring 100 out-of-market games per week live on your computer. And catch those you missed on demand. For more details, visit Phillies.com, where baseball is always on. Phillies trying to get back to the 500 mark tonight. Brewers trying to pick up their 5th win, and they're going to go to their bench. Chris Duffy's going to pinch hit for Manny Parra. Parra went 4. He allowed 7 hits and 5 runs. And Duffy's still looking for his first base hit, and he's going to have to look elsewhere because Ryan Howard retires him for the first out as Jorge Julio is loosening up in the pen for the Brewers. I thought Parra had settled down enough, Sarge, where maybe he could get another inning, but was this more about trying to generate a little offense too?
Well, you have to. You know, you're going in, guys aren't hitting the ball. They're trying to get something started against a pitcher, Jamie Moyer, that they feel that they can score runs off of. So they're going to try and make a move.
Back to the top of the order. Casey McGee stands in. He takes a pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. McGee bounced to third his only time up. He came on for Ricky Weeks, who left with dizziness.
Well, due to that little tumble that he took at second base, trying to get a ground ball right up the middle.
It looked like he and J.J. Hardy made some contact. He spun away from Hardy on that ball hit by Chase Utley in the first inning.
He must have landed hard.
McGee, broken bat liner into center field, a base hit. And he's aboard with 1 out here in the 5th inning. And that's his second hit of the year. And Jamie Moyer now has allowed 5 hits in this game. And he has a 5-1 lead to work with.
He's keeping this ball down a lot better. You know, being able to hit his pitches. The strikes there. First pitch strikes. Mixing them up a little. Up and down.
Well, he's gotten Corey Hart twice. Once on strikes and also a second time on a pop out. And he's going to get him here on a pop out. Jimmy Rollins took a peek over at McGee at first. He'll make the grab, and they're 2 away.
Boy, he loves that when hitters are swinging at that first pitch and not squaring them up. Well, he has a lot of fun when he's out pitching, Jamie Moyer. That's what this game's all about. Have fun.
He gets so many guys off balance. Look how off balance Hart is there.
He's in a pull mode. See how his hips are already cleared. He's trying to get extension to try and pull the ball. And really, in this ballpark, all you got to do is drive the ball. I've seen Corey hit balls out to right center.
Well, if he continues to struggle against Jamie Moyer, he's 0 for 3 tonight. He may go back to being a blonde-haired Corey Hart tomorrow. Ryan Braun fouls the first pitch off, and it's 0-1. Hey, look at some of the numbers that Jamie has put up since he was acquired by the Phillies from the Mariners. In 76 starts, this is his 77th start, he is 36 and 22. He's 14 games over 500 in a Phillies uniform.
It's amazing. It's amazing just because of the longevity. But then you take it where a guy doesn't throw the ball that hard. It just tells you that he has to be mentally tough. But more than that, you got to be able to hit your spots in this league the majority of the time to be consistent.
Well, that's the kind of night he's had where he is hitting his spots. Ryan Braun is hitting his spots as well. That's going to be his second home run, and it is a towering shot off the facing of the second deck. And just like that, it's a 2-run ball game. First home run went the opposite way. Now Ken Mako watches his left fielder smoke one just to the left of the Geico side in left field.
Braun hadn't been hitting the ball well. Picks up on a high changeup out over the plate. See you later. You can see his arms extended. He knew it was gone when he hit the ball. There's Moyer. Took a look at him, and he's not happy about that because he knows he wants to really get that ball down.
Yeah, he hasn't missed too many spots in this game. Even with Braun's first home run, it was outside. It was a good pitch, and Braun sent it the opposite way. That one, well, that one was right up in his wheelhouse. Speaking of guys who have wheelhouses, Prince Fielder didn't get one there in his wheelhouse. That's a towering pop up to right. Jason Worth takes care of him. But Ryan Braun has made this a ball game again with his second home run. It's 5-3 Phillies as we go to the bottom of the fifth. against the Nationals, and then another one on May 12th at 7:05 when the Dodgers are in town. You can order your tickets now by logging on to Phillies.com. Well, 2 home runs by Ryan Braun have cut this Phillies lead to 2. It's 5-3. And the Brewers are going to dip into their bullpen. Jorge Julio is out there loosening up, getting ready for the bottom of the 5th to get underway. Julio, who at one time was the closer for the Baltimore Orioles, appearing in his 4th game. And Sarge, we watched Jorge Julio's most extended appearance of the season last Sunday as we flew from Denver to Washington because he came on for an ineffective Jeff Suppan in that Sunday night game against the Cubs.
He's a hard thrower, to say the least. Pretty big guy, can be intimidating. You got to make him throw strikes.
That'll be Jason Worth, who's the first batter he faces, and he fires a fastball high. See, that one came in at 95 miles an hour. There was a time when Julio was throwing in the upper 90s when he was closing with the Orioles and had a good biting slider, but he just hasn't been able to control it.
Well, there's the key. That was a good slider. That slide piece off the plate.
Two and 1 the count to Worth. Jason doubled home 2 runs in the first inning and scored a run, and then he bounced out to third his last time up.
It's a good slider on the outside, and that ball down. And slider looks like a fastball, and at the last minute it's darting away from that right-handed batter.
Throws it again, and Worth gets a piece of it.
Sometimes as a hitter, that's all you can do. That's all you want to do. Be able to foul that off. Hope that you can get a pitch a little bit closer to your bat, more middle in. Don't want to lean out over the plate on Julio either, throwing 95.
Chopper toward third. Big hop for Bill Hall. And Worth is retired for the 2nd time by Hall. Yeah, there's one away. One out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Raul Ibanez is the batter. Ibanez singled home a run his first time up, struck out looking his last time up. Hitting .391.
Well, easy for fans to like you when you're coming in and you're hitting the way that Ibanez has, but it's no secret. Last year he played in 162 ball games, playing them all.
When you took over in '81, I should have gone back and looked at this. What was your start like? I mean, you played in the middle of a lineup, and look what the Phils 5, 6, and 7 have done tonight. Very successful. You had nights like this.
I heard the boos early on.
Did you?
Oh yeah. So that means you weren't doing very well.
Now you're a confident guy. I mean, I know that from getting to know you the last year and a half, 2 years, and did it have an effect on you?
I just said it was a matter of time. And then once you feel a little bit more comfortable, once you get a chance, or the people get a chance, fans, what kind of game you have, and hustling and getting that uniform dirty. It's a blue collar type city, so they like players that go out there and grind it out.
Lays off the 3-1 fastball, so he draws a walk. Well, there's some fans that have jumped on the Raul Ibanez bandwagon, and rightfully so, in the early part of this season. And Raul has made his presence known.
Yeah, and so is this hitter, Pedro Feliz, doing a heck of a job. He's got great hands, already gone deep, and his tester on these big right-handers to see whether or not he bails at that plate. When he does it, he has a pretty good swing. Tough pitch, down and in, fastball 94. Not the one you want to swing at. He's doing a much better job this year and staying in on a lot of the pitches, but maybe last year his wrist might have been bothering him some. because he's driving the ball this year to right field.
Lays off the slider there. Plus his back was bothering him for most of the second half of the season.
Yep.
And I think part of it too, Sarge, I don't know if you agree with this or not, he's walked 6 times already this year. I mean, that has to play into the way he's seeing the ball too.
And very difficult. It used to be to walk Pedro, because if it's close to the plate, he's hacking.
Ibanez is going. The throw by Kendall is off the glove of McGee, and Ibanez has the stolen base. That's his second stolen base of the year. He picked a good spot.
Yeah, actually stole on. I think that was a slider that he stole on. You want to steal. You want to try and pick out that off-speed pitch. Pretty good release. Pretty good throw. Almost right there on the money. Straight steal. You can tell that because he never looked back to see whether or not the ball or he was swinging or not.
So he's in scoring position now with the count 2-2 to Phillies. And that one's off the glove of Kendall. It skips away far enough to allow Ibanez to go to third. That was a good read by Ibanez.
Excellent read. He's already shown that he is a good base runner, looking to try and advance the base. There was one that he did right there. And you can see now Kendall just trying to pick the ball up, not knowing where it is, not getting any help from Pedro at the plate. He turns around. By then it's just too late.
So he's on third after a walk, a stolen base, and a wild pitch. The infield is in for the Brewers. And the count 3-2 to Pedro Feliz. Another slider, ball 4. 7th walk of the season for Pedro. And the second straight walk by Julio. And the Phillies have something cooking here in the bottom of the 5th inning. So the Phillies, who are up 5-1 at one juncture of this ball game, now have 2 runners on base here in the bottom of the 5th inning with Chris Coast coming up. So I think they've done a pretty good job being patient too in this game.
Well, they've been really patient at the plate, especially Pedro, and I like the way he's kind of gliding now toward the ball. There was a time he would have been swinging at that slider that was close to the plate. So he's learning, making an adjustment.
Well, Chris Coast to this game is 1 for 2, and he chops one slowly up the third base line. This is going to be a tough play. Paul's only play is to first. A run scores. They get Coast, but he trades it for an RBI.
Oh, boy, what a play by Billy Hall. But anytime you can get that RBI, you'll take it. Credit Banez, stolen base, going over on either a pass ball or wild pitch. Swinging bunt there by Coast. Almost had a hit as he's going down the line. Swinging, but good play. Only way he could get it was just to one-hand him and throw it. Let's see where the runner is. He hesitated just a little bit. He read it, got in easily, though, as he slides, not taking it for granted. Coast picking up an RBI.
That was reminiscent of the World Series against the Tampa Bay Rays, where the Phillies won a game in extra innings on a slow roller up the third base line by Carlos Ruiz. They lead it here 6-3 in the bottom of the 5th inning. And Jamie Moyer is in the hole, 0-2.
Yeah, just blew that one right by him. Fastball, two-seamer, and it's moving. Well, when they score, that's what you want to do. You want to come back and score. Keep that momentum right on your side. Not always how hard you throw, but where those spots are.
Well, that one was at 93 miles an hour, and this is the play we were talking about. Game 3, extra innings. Grant Balfour on the mound. Ruiz at the plate. And Eric Bruntlett read it beautifully, and the Phillies won it to take a 2-1 lead, and eventually went on to win that series in 5 games.
Boy, it gives you goosebumps.
3-2 the count to Moyer.
Well, Damien wants to make sure that ball is down if he swings. You see he's been wild up in the zone. You swing, make sure that ball is kind of down near the belt area.
Ball 4. Moyer draws the walk. That's the 3rd walk issued by Julio in this inning. And everything that they said about the Brewers and their troubles has kind of come to fruition in this game. That's the 6th walk issued by Julio and Manny Parra collectively.
Yeah, and it's a downer, too, for your fielders. They're out there and ready for a ball to come to you. You keep walking batters. You need to let your teammates help you out, but he hasn't been able to really find the plate the way that he would like.
Willie Randolph, Bill Castro. Bill Castro is the gentleman to the left. He's the pitching coach. Willie Randolph, the bench coach for the Brewers. Jimmy Rollins, the batter. And he takes that one for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, Bill Castro used to be the bullpen coach last year. He's saying he wants his old job back.
I don't know the way the bullpen is thrown this year for the Brewers. I'm not sure if he wants that job either.
Well, when you're in that bullpen, though, at least you're safe. All you got to do is wave your hat and say he's ready.
2-1 the count to Rollins.
They let you know who's coming up. Remember, you've Scott pitching this way, that way. They remind them of how many outs that it would be. And, yeah, they have to remind them how many outs situation.
Jimmy lines one to right field. That's it for a base hit. Feliz being held at third. And the bases are loaded. And Jimmy, after grounding out 3 times, gets his first hit of the night. It's his 2nd straight hit from the left side of the plate, counting the home run on Sunday. And all Bill Castro could do is look on and hope that Jorge Julio can work out of this jam. And Bill Castro's going to go out to the mound to talk to the big right-hander.
Just bad demeanor. You can look at Julio there. Just kind of bad demeanor there on the mound. Whether or not he's angry with himself. There's a lot of time pitchers don't want pitching coaches to come out to the mound. So he's just trying to settle them down, kind of give him a breather, see whether or not he can start to locate the ball down in the zone, because he's been up in the zone.
Well, he's thrown 28 pitches in this inning. And there's R.J. Swindle. If you recall, Swindle pitched for the Phillies last year. Appeared in a couple of games. See the ball to strike ratio for Jorge Julio. This bullpen for the Brewers has issued 27 walks already this year.
You know, it's interesting because if you have a good arm, not necessarily throwing strikes, you can be up here in the major leagues. I mean, we've seen that quite a bit, and not just with the Brewers, but there's other teams as well that are having problems with guys throwing strikes.
Well, look at the Nationals. They've had a revolving door the last couple of games in the bullpen. Victorino sneaks one into center field, a base hit. Phillies scores. Moyer held up at third, and the Phillies get the 2 runs back that they allowed in the top of the 5th inning here in the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, I think Sam was actually trying to bring Jamie around. Jamie rounding the bag, maybe not feeling he could actually make it, but it looked like he might have had to slide, however, if he was coming home, even though it was cut out. Thought Sam almost kind of tripped. We'll take a look at this again. Base hit right up the middle. Good things happen. J.J. Hardy diving. You can see Sam there was in your picture waving. Jamie decided, well, I don't think I can make it, and stayed there, and that's going to be it for Julio, too.
Well, Jorge Julio's night is done. Ken Maka heading out to the mound. Former Philly R.J. Swindle is going to be the new pitcher. And you see the body language and the look of disgust on Jorge Julio's face. He has walked 3 and allowed 2 hits in this inning. And the Brewers are going to use their 3rd pitcher of the night, R.J. Swindle, entering the game in just a moment. bottom of the 5th inning. That's the line on Julio. 3 walks, 2 hits, 5 base runners overall. And the Phillies have scored twice and have the bases loaded against R.J. Swindle, who pitched in 3 games last year for the Phillies. He made his major league debut in a Phillies uniform a season ago, and he was just recalled by Milwaukee.
That's why it's so difficult for relievers to get that ERA down when you're going in and have an outing like Jorge did. You don't get the innings. It's difficult to get your ERA down. That's why when you see one late in the season for a reliever and he has a good ERA, you know he's done a heck of a job the whole year.
So it'll be the lefty Swindle against the left-handed hitting Chase Utley. The bases are loaded. Moyer's on third. Rollins on second and Victorino on first. Utley tonight is 1 for 2. Scored a run back in the first inning, reached on a fielder's choice in the second, and walked in the fourth. And he takes one down and away. It's 1-0. Swindle during the spring was 2-0 with a 1.80 ERA.
Wow.
And he was
almost should have made the club.
Well, he didn't allow a run in 6 innings down in the minor leagues either. Gets that one on the inside corner, and it's 1-1. If you recall from last year, Swindle didn't have any success with the Phillies when he was in the big leagues, but he had himself the reputation of having a very slow breaking ball.
Well, I got to tell you, you get one up in that wind going to right field, it could be pretty dangerous. Those flags are gailing out of here now, getting a little bit cooler. Guess you're right, Tom. I guess we do need these jackets.
See the flags going from left to right. Sarge, by the way, has been busting my chops all night because we're wearing the blue fleece jackets tonight, and it was in the high 60s when we did the open today. 3-1 the count.
Wow. Well, Chase can sit on that fastball, has the luxury to actually swing exactly where he wants the ball to be, and if not, you just go on and take it. Or he might decide just to take it, period. But if I'm looking right there, almost down the middle, and let it go.
That's a strike at the knees, and it's 3-2. Now that was not down the middle.
And that's good too. That ball was borderline down and in. Not a pitch that he wants. He wants it maybe out over the plate a little bit.
3-2 the count with the bases loaded here in the bottom of the 5th, and Kendall calls time.
Yeah, wants to reset, make sure that's exactly the pitch he wants to throw. Kendall not hitting for any type of average, but he's in there more or less to work that pitching staff.
The runners will be off. There they go. 3-2. Lays off. Ball 4. Another run's going to score.
Just a great at bat right there. That was a slider. Toughest pitch for any hitter to lay off on because you're geared for that fastball. A lot of times you want to get that bat started, and then if you get the slide piece, you're going to end up missing it. That was a great at bat. Now you can see that all of them are off speed. That 82 probably was that fastball, but everything kind of off speed.
And that is the 4th walk issued in this inning by Brewers pitching.
Boy, if you get that RBI with a walk, boy, you got to consider yourself lucky. Howard fouls one off. Yep. When you miss a ball here, Citizens Bank, I don't care who you are. You can be Santa Claus or the Bunny Rabbit. You're going to get booed.
Well, Jorge Julio, if this was his home ballpark, would have been booed tonight. He allowed 3 walks, couple of hits. Slow breaking ball. Boy, that one came in the 60s, and it's 0-2. I don't even think we had a reading on that one. It was so slow.
More or less trying to trick you or get you to swing at a bad pitch. Remember, when pitchers can't throw the ball by you, you don't have to cheat. You can wait a lot longer. The longer you wait, better swing you're going to have at your pitches.
Slow curve ball. He reaches out and pokes it foul.
Here's a good indication. If you're too far out in front, there's no way that you can even foul that pitch off.
Yeah, that one came in at 61 miles an hour. So.
Boy, you got a chance, don't you? You haven't gone to the cage and hit 61.
I would have been way out in front of that one.
Okay, well, that's good.
1-2 the count. That ball gets away from Kendall. Here comes Jimmy Rollins. He'll score standing. The ball gets away from Swindle. Here comes Victorino. He's going to score standing. 2-run score on the wild pitch by R.J. Swindle.
Wow.
And the Phillies lead it 10-3. Looking to score at a wild pitch and an error charge to Jason Kendall. And you know what? Victorino basically outran Swindle. Victorino outran him to the plate as Swindle was going for the ball.
Well, the only way, again, too, that you can score is to be heads up and trying to score from there, knowing that he's giving you all he has there, Victorino, at that second base, and being able to score from there. Well, that was almost like a pinball machine, cha-ching, cha-ching, as the runners are going around the bases. It wasn't like it was too far off when they were running, and you can see Maka, he's not very happy about that.
10-3 Phillies with Utley on third. 3-2 the count.
Now just check and see exactly where that ball goes.
Great jump by Jimmy.
It was a good jump. We're at that ball. Oh, just no chance at all to get Victorino. He didn't even have to slide.
Howard fights off another one. There's Victorino, and again, watch as he just takes off. Jason Kendall didn't even realize he was there.
Yeah, Howard was telling him to get down, and he's explaining the stairs exactly what happened, doing his own play-by-play.
Phillies have scored 5 runs in the inning. 2 hits, 4 walks, a wild pitch, an error. And now a strikeout as Howard goes down on strikes. 9 men came to the plate in the inning for the Phillies. They put a 5 spot on the board. Victorino's last run was the 5th. Definitely heating up. After a 4-hit game to start off the road trip in Denver, he continued to deliver in each game in the series. The hits and production just keep coming, while he is delivered in the field as well. And it is brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. We're here for you every step of the way. Over the last 7 games, Jason Worth is hitting .345 for the Phillies. He's got a base hit tonight and 2 RBIs. Phillies have done a lot of nice hitting tonight, but they've also been very patient at the plate, as the Brewers pitching staff has issued 7 walks to go along with the hits the Phillies have picked up. 9 hits, 7 walks. That's 16 base runners. And J.J. Hardy will lead things off here in the top of the 6th inning.
Well, that's what you like, opportunities to be able to drive in runs. Fighting Fields have capitalized on it tonight and getting a little help with those walks.
You can see the cameras bouncing up and down. That's because look at the wind. I mean, it has really picked up over the last inning. 2-1 the count to Hardy, who is 0 for 2. Pop up to center field. Victorino battling the wind. It's like a wiffle ball out there. Look at him dancing around. There's one away.
It does become tough when you're seeing the wind blows the way it blows like that. As Victorino showing you the way it's blowing. That's the way it would blow in Candlestick, but each inning it would change. Could be blowing out, could be blowing in, across.
I mean, did you ever get used to the wind out in Candlestick?
Never. And I think, too, and you'll talk with Ibanez about it, left field is the toughest position to play out there in the outfield. There's just no doubt about it. The ball gets on you quickly. And the ball that was hit to Ibanez when he tried to dive and catch it was kind of slicing away from him.
That was on Sunday. Said that it just darted right away from his glove.
Been there, done that, but you like that when you come up and you're able to get that game-winning walk-off bomb. Has a tendency to make you feel a lot better.
Well, and he would have been straight with his answer anyway. He said that when he started to dive down forward for that ball, he had it. He said there was no question it was going into his glove. 2-0 to Cameron at the knees for a strike, and it's 2-1.
Well, he's an aggressive player, and you like that. You want them to be aggressive. I'd rather see that than to be backing up. However, in certain situations, you may not do that. For instance, bases loaded. Maybe you're up by a run or 2. You don't want to dive unless you know you're going to be able to knock that ball down, not necessarily even catch it.
Broken bat fly ball to left. Let's see how Ibanez handles the win. That ball didn't play too many tricks on him, and there are 2 away.
Yeah, getting it with one hand.
Hey, this weekend on Comcast Sportsnet, get the most extensive Eagles draft coverage with an extensive preview and breakdown, plus live reports when the Eagles make a move. Don't miss On the Clock Saturday at 3 and Sunday night at 9:30. Only on Comcast Sportsnet, the only place for total Eagles draft coverage. I heard you spent some time with Jason Peters, the newest Eagle, the other day. Is that true?
Boy, he's big.
Bill Hall sends one to the air to center field. Victorino battling the wind, fading to right center, makes the catch. It's a 1-2-3 top of the 6th for Jamie Moyer. Phillies lead at 10-3 as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Jefferson University Hospitals. Call 1-800-JEF-NOW. By Southwest Airlines. Low fares, no hidden fees. And by your local Chevy dealers. See what the Phillies have done tonight. 4 in the first inning. They sent 9 men to the plate. 1 in the third. And then 5 in the 5th inning. They sent 9 men to the plate. So let's see what they have in store for the bottom of the 6th inning. They'll begin the bottom of the 6th the same way they began the bottom of the 5th. It'll be Jason Worth, Raul Ibanez, and Pedro Feliz in a 10-3 ball game.
Yeah, starting to sprinkle just a little bit here at the ballpark.
Well, you figure with that wind blowing the way it was blowing, it was bringing something in.
Yep.
It wasn't just wrappers. Worth tonight 1 for 3. He's bounced to third twice against Jorge Julio and Manny Parra. And now this is the first time he'll face R.J. Swindle. And the count 1-0. So we have Jamie Moyer, who tops off at, what would you say, Sarge, 84, 85?
I'd say more like, well, 80. Yeah, let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Benefit of the doubt.
84.
We have R.J. Swindle, who is throwing in the low 70s.
Oh, boy. Wow.
2-1 the count.
Well, it's not so much about the velocity. Again, it's your location and where you're able to put the ball. You can't throw like that and just keep it down the middle.
I agree. That one's hit high in the air to left field. Braun going back. It's over his head, and it's off the base of the wall. Worth heading to second base. The throw is cut off by Hardy, and Jason's in with his second double of the night. Four doubles now for Jason Worth on the season. And he's wondering if there was less wind, if that had a chance to get out of the ballpark.
I think he got on top of that. We'll see the swing here. He hit that ball solid. He got that spin on the ball, however, that takes that ball up and brings it down real quick. That's what you call getting on top of the ball. Line drive, though, in this wind. I tell you, he's lucky about that. That's what you want to do. Hit line drives in the wind.
Ibanez has a base hit and an RBI. He takes one at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Ibanez now is in 8 straight games thanks to that RBI single back in the first. Pulls that one on the right side. McGee's got it, and he'll move the runner over to third. And there's one away.
It's a good at bat. You're going to make it out. You want to do it on that right side. Hit the runner at third base with 1 out.
So Pedro back in the third went the opposite way.
Boy, classic swing, hitting against that front leg and driving the ball to right field. Haven't seen that in a long time, but if he's going to continue to drive the ball that way, he's going to have an excellent year and off to a good start.
Infield is in now for the Brewers. Down 7 here in the 6th. And a breaking ball in the outside corner for strike 1. See how Ken Maka's got that infield set up.
This night's attendance, 40,605. 40605.
Line drive back off the leg of Swindle. That's going to sneak to the left of McGee. Flips underhand. Not in time. A run scores. Pedro Feliz with his 3rd hit and his 3rd RBI. The Phillies leading 11-3.
Boy, the ball was just scalded right up the middle. Don't want to see anybody hurt. See Maka coming out to see how his pitcher is. Obviously, that does not count as a trip anytime you go out with the manager and also your trainer. He'll probably get a chance to throw a few strikes. Right up the middle, line drive off his body. And you can see now that Pedro kind of outrunning that little flip. Here it is again. Ooh. Just right off the side. You know, and again, you appreciate guys like Greg Maddux for sure with all the gold gloves. It's usually in position when balls are coming up the middle.
Well, Swindle's going to take a few warm-up tosses. Roger Kaplinger, the trainer for the Brewers, and Ken Maka have been busy tonight going out to see their injured players. Ricky Weeks left with dizziness earlier.
Not much you can do for a pitcher when that ball is headed back up the middle. It's coming back so quick. I mean, you throw it and then bam, here it comes. Pedro continues to look good at the plate.
Well, and the fact that he beat that ball out, and that was a tough play for the Brewers to record the out, plus the opposite field home run, and all the offense that he's put together these first couple weeks, is that the clearest indication that he's healthy?
Solid. He has been solid. Well, healthy and not belling. I mean, you can be healthy, and keep in mind he's having really super at bats. Staying in there, shoulders in there. The more hits you get, the more confident you'll be.
Coast had an RBI his last time up on a ground out to third. And it's 0-2.
Yeah, even on that pitch, you got Prince Fielder playing behind the runner now. And that's a situation too. Even though it's still just a 6, you're not going to run. You would call that showing up the opposition.
Swing and a miss, and Coast is down on strikes. There's the second out of the inning. So 2 away as the rain continues to fall here at Citizens Bank Park. It's picked up its pace a little bit. And R.J. Swindle now shaking off that line drive off of his left hip will face Jamie Moyer.
Now he's up second in the lineup, so they'll probably end up having, you would think, someone else come in, unless they just, a lot of times you'll say, well, I got to save my bullpen, so, you know, you're our guy, Swindle, so you're going to have to eat it up.
Time for the ponchos, Sarge.
You know how to put those on?
I can't say that I would do it any better than those two ladies did there. Hall goes the short way to second to retire Phillies. The inning is over. The Phils get another run on the RBI by Pedro Feliz. And those fans, despite the rain, are enjoying an 8-run lead.
I don't know. Is this a come from behind win? If the Phillies were to win this game, and they were trailing 1-0 in the first inning. We're going to check out our Verizon Wireless game summary.
Well, we'll do that after Jamie Moyer delivers the 0-1 pitch to Jason Kendall, and it's a strike, so it's 0-2. Kendall tonight is 0 for 2. He's reached on a fielder's choice. He's flied out to right. And now Jamie Moyer now with an 8-run lead. He's retired 4 consecutive batters. Make that no.
Here it is. See what the Phillies did. Came back with 4 and then a 5 spot in the 5th inning. Braun has 2 home runs tonight, and Jason Worth a 2-run double in the 1st inning. Good night for Pedro Feliz, including a home run. And Jamie Moyer, they want him to go 1 more inning. You know, he could probably use some work. It's been a week since he pitched.
He's thrown 89 pitches. This is number 90. And Kendall stays alive. I think that the way the starting staff is thrown for the Phillies, and the starter's ERA 7.67, which has not been great. You know, any kind of positive that you can take out of this outing for Moyer, and he's pitched really well. You know, he's got the feel back of, you know, where his location should be.
Well, you could see that right out of the chute tonight, Tom, that he had good location the first couple innings, and you know, that certainly helped. Braun's hurt him tonight, but Ryan Braun can hurt a lot of people.
Three and 2 the count to Kendall.
I keep wanting to call him Steve Braun, the tutor from Trenton.
He's here. He's going to be here tomorrow.
Is that right? Yeah, he was a heck of a player from Trenton, New Jersey. Yep. Steve Braun.
Kendall works back and picks up a walk to begin the top of the 7th inning. As Steve Braun was Ken Maka's hitting coach in Trenton when he was with the Red Sox, so he's going to come in and he's going to be at the ballpark tomorrow. Jamie Moyer talking to himself out on the mound because he just worked ahead of Jason Kendall and then issued the walk, and now he'll face Mike Rivera. Ryan Braun has done the damage tonight for the Brewers. 2 home runs, solo shot in the 1st, 2-run shot in the 5th.
They might be planning on leaving Mike Rivera in the game now and let him catch and bring in another pitcher and give Kendall some time off.
Rivera is 3 for 7 so far. He had a good spring. There's Seth McClung loosening up in the bullpen for the Brewers. One of only a couple of holdovers from last year's bullpen. That one's popped foul down the right field line.
Well, they can't wait to, you know, they thought they had done a great job getting Trevor Hoffman here, and they have. You know, he'll help them. But when he's going out on a rehab tonight, and they hope to have him back maybe next week or Sunday over the weekend, and you know, I mean, he's a proven closer for them.
Yeah, they're going to Houston after they play here in Philadelphia, and they're hoping that Sunday's game, that last game of that series, is when Hoffman will come back. But beyond that, you know, they have McClung from last year. They lost a number of guys to free agency or trades. Carlos Villanueva is back from last year. He was kind of a swingman. But they've lost Eric Gagne. His career seems to be in jeopardy. 1-2, pulled foul past Brad Fisher in the third base coach's box.
And you know, the power that these guys have in their lineup. Broken bat there as a ball girl tosses a foul ball to a fan. He's going to go back and get another bat. With the power they have in their lineup, Phillies are going to get the bullpen up because you never know. I know it seems really comfortable now, 11-3, just like that 7-1 did the other night. But they're not going to take any chances.
Well, and you also talked about getting work, that they'd like to get Moyer work, but this bullpen obviously was off yesterday. You know, and there's guys that probably need a little work too coming out of that bullpen. You know, Charlie knows that. 1-2 pitch. Line drive, foul. Look out. It's a gift for the baby.
Yeah.
I think she's saying that's the baby's first baseball.
Yeah.
That one's looped toward left field. That's going to drop in front of Ibanez, and Rivera has a base hit, his 5th of the year, make it his 4th of the year, and Kendall will stop at second. Well, the Brewers have the first 2 runners on. Hey fans, there's still various plans to choose from when thinking about Phillies season tickets. There's 13 or 14 partial plans or the 11-game Sunday plan. Plus you get postseason ticket access, and it's also the best way to see the Mets and the Marlins games. exclusive benefits if you get Phillies season tickets. You can order online at Phillies.com or call 215-463-5000. Well, Charlie Manuel is walking to the mound, and he is signaling to the pen, and that's going to be the night for Jamie Moyer. 99 pitches for the 46-year-old. He's got an 8-run lead, but Chad Durbin is going to try to come in to preserve this lead, and what a reaction from the crowd as Moyer leaves the field. Well, he went 6+. He's allowed 7 hits. A tip of the cap to the fans that have come out here tonight. And he is so impressive at the age of 46. He's got an 8-run lead, and he's in line for the victory. Pitches on a cool night. It was a really pleasant night until a few minutes ago when it started to rain a little harder. The wind picked up about a half hour ago. Chad Durbin is going to enter the game, his 7th of the year, as he'll pick up for Jamie Moyer with 2 runners on and nobody out here in the top of the 7th inning. Well, earlier today they played day baseball, the Lakewood Blue Claws against Lake County. And how about Jason Knapp, who was selected last year by the Phillies out of North Hunterdon High School in north central New Jersey. Struck out 14 batters today, did not get the win.
Wow.
He's off to a very good start. Here's Casey McGee, who's batting for the 3rd time tonight, batting here with runners on 1st and 2nd. You also understand that Carlos Carrasco, who's pitching tonight for Lehigh Valley, last time we looked, he had 10 strikeouts. He may have picked up his 11th.
He was piling up some strikeouts tonight, too.
0-2 the count to McGee.
They lost that game.
3-1 to Syracuse.
3-1, but he evidently pitched pretty well, and it's bringing it right now. This is big time rain.
Brown's crew ready. Joe West, the home plate umpire, is the crew chief. Mike, and it's 1-2.
Buckholder and his ground crew. I was corrected. I called him Buckholder the other night.
Well, I've talked to him about that, and he says, you know, people have called him Buckholder for his entire life.
Yeah, well,
you want to get it right, though.
Yeah, well, I told him it ain't no pub is bad pub.
2-2. That one looked like it slipped right out of the hand of Chad Durbin.
Getting ugly here.
It sure is. I'm not sure how much longer Joe West is going to wait because it's really coming down.
Well, they met with him before the inning started and gave him an idea of what they thought was going to happen. It was going to rain hard for a few minutes.
Whoa. McGee bends back. Then again, that one slipped out of Durbin's hand, and it's 3-2.
Well, that's one thing they look for too. A lot of times is if a pitcher is having problems. Now the players are out there. It's gotten cold too. That's the problem.
Swing and a miss, and McGee is down on strikes, so 1 away. He went fishing upstairs.
Here we go.
And Joe West is calling for the tarp to be put on the field. So with one out here at the top of the 7th inning, Phillies lead it 11-3. Mark your clocks, everyone. The tarp is being placed on the field at 9:24 Eastern time. And they're going to hurry to try to get as much covered as possible. A little lightning flashing up above. Boy, it was a very comfortable night for the first 5.5 innings, 6 innings of this game. And then the winds came, the rain started, and it is really coming down now. It is an official ball game. That's always important to note at this point. Phillies, who led it 5-1, then 5-3, have scored 6 unanswered runs to take an 11-3 lead over the Brewers. Now, the last weather report that we received says that it's probably going to be about a quarter inch of rain that's going to fall in a very short period of time. That's a lot of rain.
That's a lot of rain. Yeah, that'll help the gardens.
Grounds crew does a nice job getting the tarp on the field. And now they got to make sure that it stays on the field because it's dicey when it's raining like this. Get the sandbags down. You might think it's kind of cool to be out there pulling that tarp. If you've ever done it, it isn't the coolest thing in the world.
No, they got a spot in the infield right now. They just see in the back of the infield near shortstop. They got to pull that tarp back, make sure that doesn't get wet, and they got it.
So 11-3, Phillies lead it here. The top of the 7th inning, 1 out, 2 runners on. A thankless job, and they do it well here in Philadelphia as the grounds crew places it onto the field. And this is always a flashback that folks around the country use when the wind gets out of control. This is in Denver 2 years ago, and the Phillies players came out to help out as there's some groundskeepers getting eaten up by that tarp.
Watch how they just disappeared under there, and the players just did a great job that day of running out there and
all of them
helping get them out. Yeah, and then they put the sandbags down after they got the guys out from underneath.
Michael Bourne tossing one there. Abraham Nunez was there. And as the sun came back out, the grounds crew.
Well, that was when the game ended, and,
yeah.
and the Phillies won the game, and the ground crew was there congratulating them for the not for the victory over their hometown team, but for saving them.
Well, that's to speed up the process right there. Sandbags down onto the field. So 11-3 the score. We're going to step aside when we return. It's the Phillies yearbook from the 2008 World Championship season. Hopefully, we'll be back talking a little baseball after the yearbook comes to a close. Who is credited with a third of an inning and 1 strikeout. He got Casey McGee on strikes for the first out here in the 7th inning, but that was at 9:24 Eastern time. So as Clay Condrey finishes up his warm-up tosses, this is his 8th game. He's 2-0 with a 3.38 ERA. Just to kind of reset things for you, the Brewers have runners on first and second here in the top of the 7th inning, and the Phillies lead it 11-3. So Condrey's first pitch will be to Corey Hart, who is 0 for 3. And he fires a fastball in there for a strike, and the count is 0-1. So the rain delay is officially 1 hour and 19 minutes long. Corey Hart has struck out looking. He's popped out to second, popped out to short. And another fastball, another strike. This one on the outside corner, so it's 0-2. In case you're just joining us, the Phillies have had a good night offensively. They have 11 runs on 11 hits, and they've capitalized on a whole boatload of free passes by the Brewers pitching staff. 7 in all.
And they scored 2 runs on a wild pitch, even though there's an error in there on the it was Kendall at the time, of course, wide throw at the plate, but it was Rollins and Victorino's speed.
That ball in the dirt, blocked by Coase, so it's 2-2. Corey Hart riding a 3-game hitting streak. He had a good year last year, and this game went final during our rain delay on the Toyota Major League scoreboard. The Pirates, who have won 4 of 5, 2 in a row against the Marlins.
They're getting really good pitching.
They sure are.
Only 2 runs again tonight.
2-2 on the hands roller to second base. Utley has it. He'll go to first, and Howard comes off the bag to apply the tag. In an 8-run game, Chase Utley didn't want to take any chances.
Yeah,
he wanted to get the out.
Exactly, Tom. That's you know what could happen there is he's waiting for the runner. Suppose he goes and tags him, the ball comes loose. Then the bases are loaded with 1 out, and all you want right there is to get an out. You're at the point in the game where you're on a count. See right there, now he could have gone after the runner going towards second base, Rivera, but he just let him go. Second and third, 2 outs. Take your chances on Braun.
So runners on second and third now for the Brewers. Ryan Braun is the batter. He's got a couple home runs tonight. Ryan Braun, one of a long line of outstanding players from the University of Miami. Takes a fastball at the knees for a strike.
Phillies had one here for a long time.
Yep. Pat Burrow's off playing for the Tampa Bay Rays right now.
Teammate Jason Michaels has had a nice major league career.
Jason playing for the Houston Astros. Astros are trying to cool off the LA Dodgers right now. That game's in the 7th. Houston's leading at 7-3. 0-1 the count to Ryan Braun. Swing and a miss at a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. How about Condrey just coming out here after the delay and, you know, being able to just fire? I mean, he didn't warm up that much.
That had some sink to it, too. Watch a replay. Watch this thing sink. Whew. Man, that thing went down.
And it came in at 90 miles an hour, so Braun had no chance. Tried to get the same kind of pitch, and he got a good dip on it. A little too much. Braun lays off, and it's 1-2. Jamie Moyer started this game. He is still on the hook for the 2 runners on base. He went 6+. He allowed 7 hits, struck out 2. Trying to pick up a career victory number 248. Chopper up the third base line. Slow roller. Going to be a tough play, and Feliz is just going to grab it. It's going to be an infield single for Braun. Kendall scores from third. And the Phillies now lead it 11-4. So an RBI for Braun. He has driven in all 4 runs for Milwaukee. And that'll bring the big man Prince Fielder to the plate. Fielder's been hit by a couple of pitches. He flied out to shallow right his last time up.
Well, he's hit him long and he's hit him short tonight. 2 bomb home runs. And now that little dribbler, and he also had an infield single in the hole.
Yeah, that Jimmy knocked down. Time is called. Chris Coase looked over toward the dugout. I think Sam Perlazzo was trying to readjust the defense up the middle. See where Jimmy Rollins is standing. Runners on first and third. And that one's into the air, fouled on the left field line. And it's 0-1.
It's a problem when you play the Brewers. You know, you look like you're dominating a game with them, and the Phillies are, but they have so many guys that can pop one. You know, they get men on base, and then the whole lineup almost can hit a home run. Bet you when Ricky Weeks was in there before he got hurt tonight.
Good sinker again by Condrey, and it's 0-2. By the way, the 4 hits for Ryan Braun tonight, the 2 home runs, the 2 infield hits. That ties his career high for hits in a game. So we mentioned he's driven in all 4 runs for the Brewers. The 0-2 pitch to fielder. Braun goes on the inside corner. Called strike 3. And that's a beautiful tail on it for Clay Condrey. So as the Phillies go to the bottom of the 7th inning, time to stretch and time for the top of the order as well. Hit for the cycle. And the answer is Mike Hegan, September 3rd, 1976. It took a long time. And it's odd, Wheels, because we've seen over the last last week or so, 3 different cycles hit in Major League Baseball.
That used to be something that was pretty rare, and to see that many this early in the season is pretty amazing.
You can log on to Phillies.com and see if you are a winner of tonight's Dodge Stump the Fans trivia quiz.
Well, the Phillies went from 1963 to I think it was 97 when Jeffries did it. From Johnny Callison in the 60s to the late 90s before someone hit for a cycle. And Jeffries did it here one night against oh boy, who was it? It was the Dodgers, because Nomo started that game that night, and Jeff Juden hit a home run.
Big old Jeff Juden. He was a big guy.
Yeah.
Jimmy Rollins, the batter. The count 1 ball and no strikes.
Greg Jeffries left the ballpark that night, and his wife had a baby. It was some night.
That's more than the cycle.
I'm giving you more than you need, but you know it's late.
Chopper over the glove of McClung. That's going to head into center field, and Rollins has his 2nd straight base hit. So he's aboard to start the bottom of the 7th inning. Hey, these lucky fans are tonight's Citizens 7. They will each receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank with the most 7-day branches in the Philadelphia area. To find a branch near you, visit citizensbank.com. So nobody out. Runner on first here at the bottom of the 7th inning. Phillies leading at 11-4. Shane Victorino has 2 runs scored, an RBI, and 2 hits. And he hits this one in the air to center field. Cameron started back. Now he comes back in. And there's 1 away. I think one of the stunning things about the 3 cycles last week is Jason Kubel from the Twins capped his off with a grand slam in his last at bat.
Every once in a while you see one of those natural cycles too, you know, single, double, triple, home run in the sequence, succession.
Wasn't it last year Jason Worth was on the verge of doing just that? Here's Chase Utley. Utley has been on base all 4 times. Now with the 3 cycles last week, all the different articles about Ian Kinsler and Jason Kubel and the O-Dog, Orlando Hudson, those are the 3 that had the cycle. People are wondering, what's harder to do, get a no-hitter or a cycle. It used to be the cycle was harder to do, but that's kind of changed over the last 15 years or so.
Now it's a no-hitter. Play off him at first base, of course, with the fielder, because you're not going to run with a 7-run lead unless you want to get somebody dropped.
They were talking about that before. Was it Phillies was on first base and they were holding him on?
No, you just stay there.
Two and 1 the count to Utley. Utley hitting .372. The leader in the National League in batting average is Ryan Ludwig from the Cardinals. Ludwig came into play tonight hitting .405. A little high, so it's 3 and 1. Now ball 4. Utley draws the walk. Again, these free passes have killed the Brewers not only this season but tonight. That is 8 walks issued by Milwaukee pitching in this game. And 64 walks for the year. Think about that. 64 walks by a pitching staff in 13 games.
It's a lot of base runners.
Sure is. I mean, that's nearly 5 walks a game.
And they're 4 and 8.
Right.
Not that tough to figure out.
Ryan Howard is 0 for 3. A couple of strikeouts tonight. He walked his first time up and scored. Lays off a fastball that's called a strike by Joe West. Went upstairs with a high fastball.
Well, McClung throws hard. He used to be a starter with the Rays. They were the Devil Rays at that time. In fact, he started a game here a few years ago. And he'll throw in the mid-90s.
Well, it's between he and Todd Coffey right now, basically as the closer by committee for Milwaukee, with Trevor Hoffman on the DL to start the year.
Coffey still comes running in from the bullpen.
Still comes running in from the bullpen. And I read a story the other day where the first couple of times he did it, Ken Maka, the manager, stayed on the mound because he felt like he needed to let him catch his breath.
He used to do that with the Reds all the time.
Yeah, he's a big guy, too. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and Howard's down on strikes for the 3rd time in this game. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Nationals have won 2 in a row. Adam Dunn, his 4th home run. It's that new bullpen, and it's working out pretty well.
I looked up there. They had Braves had 2nd and 3rd, nobody out in the 9th inning. So something good happened for Washington in their bullpen at that point.
Well, Joel Hanrahan saved the game last night, and it looks like he saved it again tonight.
No, it sounds like he had quite a save.
Yeah. They lost Joe Beimel after last night's game. He was a strained hip flexor. So they brought Saul Rivera back up from AAA. They made 4 different changes to their pitching, the roster with their pitching staff.
Yeah, I was watching that game last night, and the Braves announcers I was watching, and they said that the Nationals were, Manny Acta was quoted saying, "We owe it to the fans to shake things up."
He was saying how embarrassing it's been to sit and watch that bullpen. 1-2 the count to Worth. Swing and a miss, and Worth is down on strikes. Back-to-back strikeouts for McClung. Phillies strand 2. We have played 7 here at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies lead it by 7. Final month at your Chrysler dealer. Everyone gets our employee price plus generous cash options. And by McDonald's. Introducing McDonald's McCafe coffees. Try hot or cold iced mochas, lattes, and cappuccinos. McDonald's. I'm loving it. Top of the 8th inning, J.J. Hardy leads things off. Fanatic who celebrated a birthday on Sunday. Looks like he's still celebrating on top of that Phillies dugout.
The man is festive. I mean, whatever.
Hardy lines one to right. That's going to be a base hit.
What would you call the Fanatic?
It. Yeah.
Okay. It is festive.
Yeah. First hit or second hit allowed by Condrey. Came on in relief of Chad Durbin. By the way, you can complete the line on Jamie Moyer. 6+, 7 hits, 4 runs, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. Jamie trying to win his 248th career victory and his 2nd win of the year, and he pitched extremely well tonight. Cameron lines one right past Phillies. It's a left field. So back-to-back singles now for the Brewers to begin the top of the 8th inning.
Tom just gave the line on Jamie Moyer in 6+ innings. He had really good control early in the game. Struck out the first 2 batters of the ball game. Then he throws a double play ball here off the bat of Bill Hall. You see Cameron just peel out of the way. He was out by so much at second. He just got out of Jimmy Rollins' way, and Jamie Moyer hopefully will pick up that win that Tom was just talking about, his 248th career win.
His control was pinpoint, with maybe the exception of the 2 home runs he allowed to Braun.
Even the one that Braun hit in the first inning, you know, it wasn't a really bad pitch. It was down and away, and he hit it out of the ballpark. I think he probably, second one was,
it's a pretty good shot.
Hittable.
Yeah.
But Jamie did a great job tonight.
Bill Hall 1 for 3, batting with runners on first and second. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Rick Ankiel's RBI double has given the Cardinals a 6-4 lead over the Mets. That game is in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Oh,
look out. There were more than 40,000 folks here tonight. And fortunately, that ball off the bat of Bill Hall hit an empty seat over the first base dugout, a wet one at that.
Yeah, there's some people down there and they ducked. Oof. Stay loose. Yeah, you're on TV, sir. It almost hit you.
That gentleman with the phone, the seat right behind him is the one that the ball hit. Swing and a miss, and Hall is down on strikes for out number 1. Second strikeout for Condrey. Man, he's got some movement on his pitches tonight.
You know, his sinker's really diving. Well, that's what Condrey is. I mean, he's a fastball slider pitcher. There's another sinker, and you see Hall swing over it. He'll throw a changeup too, but he's going to live fastball slider, and his fastball is a sinking fastball. He'll get his ground balls. Sometimes when Condrey has a bad game, he's throwing his ground balls and they're going through.
Jason Kendall 0 for 2. He walked and scored his last time up. Kendall began his career with the Pirates. Was a leadoff hitter for a number of years with Pittsburgh. And you don't often see a catcher as a leadoff hitter. It just doesn't happen.
He could really run. He broke his ankle. He had a horrific injury at first base in the old Three Rivers Stadium, fractured his ankle. A lot of people have wondered if he'd ever play again, and he's come back and had a terrific career.
See the stolen bases he had in the late 90s and into 2000. Chops that one to third. Phillies has it. He's going to run at the runner going between second and third. Got him into a rundown and then gets the double play. I'm not sure if he designed it to do it that way, but it worked out in a big way. 5-4-5 on the double play. Hardy is tagged out to finish off the top of the 8th inning. Have a night, Pedro Feliz, and the Phillies leading 11-4. Watch this. To Utley for 1. They get the force there, and then Pedro races back and gets Hardy for the final out. Here at Citizens Bank Park, and before the rain, all of those seats were filled. There was more than 40,000 here at the ballpark, and what started out to be weather-wise a pretty nice night. But now as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, it's cooled off somewhat. Carlos Villanueva has been sitting and waiting, and he's going to come on to pitch the bottom of the 8th inning for the Brewers, as he will face 6, 7, and 8 for the Phillies. 6 game for Villanueva, 1-2 with a 9 ERA. 7 hits, 2 walks in 6 innings of work. And right-handers are hitting .400 against him. Facing Raul Ibanez, who's had a good night. He's got an RBI, a run scored. He's 1 for 3. Look at that on-base percentage for Ibanez, .442.
Outstanding slugging percentage early in the year, too.
I thought Wheels, one of the things that stood out the last couple of days, with the rain delay, there's always some good stories about specific players Well, the stories were surrounding Ibanez and just all the good things that his teammates had to say about him.
And they loved him from day one.
1-0, hit it in the air to straightaway center field. It's pretty high, and it gives Cameron plenty of time to wait for it. And there's one away.
We heard all about him before he came here. Everybody I talked to that knew him said, where do you see this guy? You can't believe he's better than you think he is as a player, and as a person, he's spectacular in the clubhouse. The guy that loved him was Larry Boa, because he was with him in Seattle, and he called the day that Phillies signed him, and he and I talked about it, and he said, you got a player, you can't believe how much he's going to help you.
Well, Chris Young for the Padres, who were just in town, he said the other night that on his scouting reports, you've got Chase Utley, you've got Ryan Howard, you've got Shane Victorino, you've got some pretty good hitters. On his scouting reports, the toughest guy to get out was Raul Ibanez.
Wow.
Pedro Feliz has been a tough out tonight. Feliz has 3 RBIs. He has singled twice. He has scored twice. He's homered. And he's walked. Took a breaking ball, popped it foul behind home plate. Kendall's going to give it a look. Does he have room? He does. And there are 2 away. Hey, the Washington Nationals, who have won 2 straight, come to town next week. It all begins on Monday the 27th at 7:05. 3 straight night games. For tickets, you can log on to Phillies.com. Don't forget, the 27th is our first Hatfield Phillies Franks Dollar Dog Night here at the ballpark. And Jack Tashner is up and loosening now in the pen for the Phils.
Greg Dobbs is on deck if Coase gets on base.
And Coase will get on base as he lines one toward the corner in left field. And Coase is going to have his 2nd double of the night and his 4th double in very few at-bats. So he's on second. And that is the 13th hit of the night for the Phillies.
This is the first time they've gone to their bench tonight. Looked like a fastball from Villanueva. And he just hooks it into the corner. As Tom mentioned, he's been getting a lot of doubles.
Dobbs 1 for 8 right now as a pinch hitter. He has not started a ball game. And at this point, the way Pedro Feliz is swinging the bat, I'm not sure if he's going to start a ball game until maybe Thursday.
Yeah, Charlie really wants to get him into a game. He doesn't want to play him at third necessarily when Moyer and Hamels are pitching, because
that's a good point.
They're left-handers,
right,
and hitters have a tendency to hit more balls down towards third.
So maybe he won't play Thursday's game because Hamels now is scheduled to pitch on Thursday.
Dobbs is a guy who's trying to get into a game. He did use Stairs on Sunday and got him some at-bats.
2-0 the count to Dobbs. Takes a change up and pops it foul down the third base line. Greg Dobbs last year 22 pinch hits. That established a new record for the Phillies for a season. And he has 37 pinch hits overall, which is good for 7th place all time. Try to check his swing. Little appeal. And no swing, says the third base umpire, Paul Nart. He's put himself in a pretty good spot as a pitch hitting specialist. I know he wants to play every day. He still feels like that's the design, is to try to play every day. But if that never happens, he's going to be around for a long time if he can keep doing this. Ball 4. Dobbs draws the walk. Well, that has been one of the stories of tonight's ball game. 9 walks now issued by Brewers pitching. And 65 walks on the season. Coast is on second. Dobbs on first. Jimmy Rollins batting now for the 6th time in this game. He was 0 for his first 3. But he's got 2 hits in his last 2 at-bats, and his batting average has gone from 152 at the start of this game to 176.
You're not ready to look at the scoreboard yet for those numbers.
No. Line drive foul. It does look like he's a little more comfortable right now from the left side. I know he's got 3 straight hits from the left side.
You know, he'll be. It's one of those things where you just know he'll be fine. It's like Gene Mauch used to say when a good player was struggling early in the year, he gave that old line, think how much fun he's going to have getting back to his numbers on the back of his baseball card.
That's a pretty good line.
Yeah, and Mauch used to use that a lot back in the 60s when he managed the Phillies. And, you know, guys are what they are. They used to say, check the back of the card.
Larry Bowa used to use that line all the time.
Yeah, well, he wanted to check that year he hit 300. That wasn't going to happen. Well, it didn't. It happened once. He and Dave Cash both hit 300.
Jimmy backs away from an inside pitch to run the count even, 2-2. A win tonight by the Phillies would leapfrog them over the Braves and the Mets into second place. Yes, it is early, but just a few days ago, those teams were enjoying a pretty good stretch. 2-2 pitch, line down the right field line, a foul ball.
Well, what everybody needed was someone to cool the fish off a little bit, and it looked like Washington had a chance to do it, and then they blew 3 leads in the 9th inning. And to their credit, they won. Now they hit the Pirates and have lost 2 in a row. And everybody was dropping back a little bit in that loss column early in the year, and now all of a sudden that's starting to even out a little bit.
Yeah, and over in the American League, the Red Sox seem to be the hottest team. Their game tonight against the Twins has been postponed. They won 5 in a row. Toronto was sitting atop the American League East. They lost tonight, so the Red Sox are within 2. 2-2 pitch in the air to right center field. Corey Hart is over, and Jimmy Rollins is retired here in the bottom of the 8th inning. So the Phil Strand 2, but we move to the 9th inning, and the Phillies enjoying a 7-run lead. Cast Network once again. That's 7 o'clock against the Brewers. 1 o'clock business person special on Thursday. And then Phillies head south for 3. Very quick road trip. Comcast Network on Friday night. My PHL 17 Saturday and Sunday. And Sunday's game again is a noon start. And this game will encore tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. on the Comcast Network. So, Wheels, make sure you set your clock for about 5:55. You can roll out of bed and watch this game over again, including the rain delay. No?
They got it right upstairs. Everything that happened tonight. But thanks, Tommy. That would have been nice.
Jack Tashner's the new pitcher for the Phillies. He'll come on to try to close this out here in the top of the 9th inning. Tashner 4 games now. This will be his 4th. No wins, no losses at 9.00 ERA. And he's going to face Brad Nelson, a pinch hitter, here in the top of the 9th. Nelson 0 for 6 as a pinch hitter so far. He won a job in spring training for the Brewers. He was a big-time prospect at one point for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He had a couple big base hits last year for the Brewers during their run to get to the postseason.
He was on the postseason roster.
He was, yep.
Yeah, he was on the card when the Phillies played them.
And he's run the count to 3-0. A win tonight, and the Phillies will be back at the 500 mark. Big rip by Nelson, who runs the count full 3-2.
He had 2 at-bats against the Phillies in the division series last year, and he struck out both times.
Big problem for him is just finding a position for him, because you would think that he's a first baseman. They've got Prince Fielder, so he's not going to supplant him. And if you put him out in left field, or if you want to, you're going to have to move Ryan Braun, which you're not going to do that either. But he's got some power. And he's fighting off a couple pitches here to keep the count at 3-2. See what he did last year at Nashville with 18 homers, 78 RBIs, and he draws the walk. So he's aboard to start this 9th inning. So back to the top of the order, Casey McGee is the batter. McGee came on to replace Ricky Weeks earlier in the game. He's 1 for 3. Weeks left with some dizziness. He takes pitch for a strike. It's 0-1.
He and J.J. Hardy collided on that ball that Chase Utley hit in the first inning, and Weeks got the worst of it.
He spun him down to the ground, and it looked like he may have banged his head. 0-1 popped up. Shallow left field. Jimmy Rollins on the outfield grass waits for it. 1 away. Nelson back to first. By the way, Wheels, before we went to the rain delay, we talked about Jason Knapp, who had 14 strikeouts today for Lakewood. Pretty impressive day for the New Jersey product. Just 19 years old. I mean, he could throw hard. Speaking of throwing hard, Carlos Carrasco finished with 10 strikeouts tonight for Lehigh Valley. And the Iron Pigs wound up losing that ball game, but still 10 strikeouts. He's pitched pretty well this year.
Well, he's progressing. That's all they want from him.
Here's Corey Hart, and he takes one off the outside corner.
Very young, and you know, they would like to think that they could get a good year out of AAA from him and see what happens.
On the outside corner, a strike. It's 1-1. Corey Hart made the National League All-Star team a year ago. He had a rougher second half than he did first half. That one's in on the hands. It's a pop-up first base side. Does Howard have room on the warning track? Now he's going to come back. Makes the basket catch. That was a heck of an adjustment on the ball that just kept on floating away from him.
Well, they come spinning back. I mean, that's. thing about it. You see how that happens with catchers and first and third baseman. Like that baby came spinning back. There isn't a whole lot of wind.
Well, that's what Jimmy Rollins is pointing at right now. He's looking at the flags and he's saying, there ain't no wind. What happened with that ball?
Yeah, that's what they do. Jimmy's looking at, yeah, there's no wind, man. What are you doing? Just you know it's going to come back to you a little bit. Just wait for it. They're not going to let him get away with that. That was funny.
Turned out to be a pretty good catch, though.
Well, yeah, and it didn't need to be.
Yeah, no.
It didn't need to be a circus catch like that.
2 outs. Here's Ryan Braun. Braun's had himself a good night. He's got 4 hits, 4 RBIs. He's driven in every run for the Brewers. Runner goes, chopper over the mound. Here comes Rollins. He's got it, throws to first, not in time. And it's a career high 5-hit night for Ryan Braun. And of the 5 hits, 3 are infield hits.
Well, Ryan Braun came into the game at just 222, and you get 5 hits, you'll be over 300 probably. Just over, well, not just over, but over Jack Tashner's head, and Jimmy's playing pretty deep there. 7-run lead, 2 outs. You give Braun credit. He really busted down the line. He smelled that hit and he got it.
And probably not the last 5-hit game of his career.
Guy's a good player.
Bring Prince Fielder to the plate. Fielder's 0 for 2. He's been hit by a pitch twice. Batting with 2 runners on, 2 outs here in the 9th. And he takes a pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Gives Jack Tashner a little situation left-handers matchup here.
Oh, he's ahead of Fielder now. No balls and 2 strikes. He has 5 at-bats against Tashner. Faced him when Tashner was with the Giants. Oh, what's left of this crowd of a little more than 40,000 over the Phillies dugout coming to their feet. They want to see this one to the finish line. And some hardy fans hanging out. The 0-2. Inside, it nearly hit him.
He just doesn't give ground to left-handed pitchers. And, you know, what you want to do, you have to try and crowd Fielder. And you put the ball out over the plate to this guy, and you're just asking for trouble. So that you've seen both Jamie did it tonight and hit him twice, and now Tashner trying to crowd him.
That one would have hurt a little bit more, though. That one was at 90 miles an hour.
Yep.
Coach is going to go outside with this setup.
Well, then you can go away from him a little bit after you crowd him and try and open up the plate a little. This guy, he doesn't miss many pitches out over the plate. About thigh high, see it.
That one's lined over third. It's a foul ball.
That just shows you his plate coverage. Threw him a slider there, and it probably was a strikeout slider. And Fielder almost got himself a little dunk double.
Fielder's listed at 268 pounds. He is a big dude.
It's a good piece of hitting right there. Just missed an extra base hit.
Behind 1-2. 2-2 the count. Fielder still fighting it off. That was a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. They went down and got it.
Well, he's not giving up this at bat. You know, that tells you a lot about a player. You know, in a game like this, and he's still up there battling. Tashner's doing everything he can to get him out. But I mean, he's battling right here like this. If he hits it out, it ties the game or wins it.
Phillies lead it by 7. Pop up, third base side. This should do it. Pedro Feliz is under it, and the Phillies are back to 500 with a convincing 11-4 victory tonight over the Milwaukee Brewers. Jamie Moyer gets the win. It's career win number 248. And our Chevrolet player of the game, Pedro Feliz, who continues his hot run to start the 2009 season. 3 for 4, a home run and 3 RBIs, and he also made a couple pretty good plays over at third base.